after everybody.
Hello and welcome, pool fans from all over the world. We are kicking off the 2025 Predator Pro Billiards Series season today in Las Vegas, and we are at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. 8 pro tournaments over the next 11 days, over 200 of the best men and women players in the world competing for over $400,000 in prize fund. This is the Kamui Las Vegas Men's Open, 128 players, $125,000 prize fund, $37,500 for the winner. The game is 10 ball, best of 3 sets, races to 4. If tied at 3 games in the final set, we go to the exciting and high pressure shootout. Once we play down to stage 2, which is the final 32, it will change to the best of 4 sets, races to 4 games, and if tied in sets, it goes to a shootout. And we've got Eric Horlifson, one of Canada's finest players, in the booth with me to call the shots this opening round between Chris Robinson, pro player from the U.S., and Maximilian Lechner, the Mad Max from Austria. This is George Teachea bringing you the live action from the Rio. And here we go. We just had the lag. Eric, what happened on that lag?
Oh, Lechner froze the cue ball. Good start to the tournament for him. He literally froze the cue ball over the rail. Reinhold had a nice lag as well, but Lechner to break first here. Really looking forward to spending the week with you guys. We got 8 tournaments on the go for you this week. It's going to be some great action.
We have other matches going on in the surrounding tables. We'll go through those between games or during the break. But meanwhile, Mad Max breaking to start things off in his 2025. Ooh, that one ball just thought it was in.
Yeah, that's what they'll be targeting throughout the tournament. That one on the side. He purposely cut the rack there to get the one tracking more towards the side. Almost made it. Reinhold's going to be on a push here.
Chris is a 27-year-old, 757 Fargo, versus Max, who is 34 and an 816 Fargo. So he's 60 points difference, but in these short races, that 60 points doesn't really come into play.
Yeah, it's not going to show up as much in the shortened sets. Gonna make Lechner a favorite just on experience, but Reinhold has a good amount of experience on his end as well. 2-time Mosconi Cup member, looking to make more of a return to the competitive scene. Does a lot of teaching out of Louisiana. Friend of mine personally told me he's going to take more of a equal run at teaching and competing in 2025. Lechner's left the long rail here. Chris will be looking at hitting the bottom half side of the ball, kicking the one towards the top right corner pocket. More safe in the way of mine here.
Try to drag the cue ball down. Yes.
Just left it okay. Only offenses for Lechner in the top left. Position's going to be tough on the 2 into that. If he shoots the 1 into that pocket, he's going to back off here. He'd like to draw the cue ball over to the right side rail, but the 5's in the way of that path.
Yeah, he can't stay under the side pocket, can he? And there's your...
It's okay. At first I didn't think the 2 passed the 8, but that was the proper shot considering the 2 went.
Your referee standing directly behind Max is Gintaras Petrovas from Lithuania. Part of the EPBF referees.
Maybe it doesn't go. He's calling it cross corner.
think it might be some kind of a two-way shot, playing the cue ball safe on the same time.
Yeah.
Yep. Distance in the center of the table.
So first half chance for Reinhold to take advantage here. Don't mind cutting the 2 to the left and trying to play the cue ball near the 8. Not bad, but I believe he's left the pocketing edge there for Lechner. Tough position. He's going to have to be on a slow roll here to hold position for the 3, but it looks like he's thinking about offense.
He's got to get to that window between the 4-6.
Yeah. Tough part about this is you have to hit at slow speed.
Great job there by Max. Nice speed.
Yeah, good position. You know, first round of the tournament, tough to know the exact speed of the table. Both players had a chance to warm up a little bit, but when it actually comes to executing at game time, when you're not quite used to the tables, is a positive shot there. Just looking for the angle where he can run the cue ball into the 6-9. I believe he just has it.
Will he address that? Will he address that 9 ball here?
I think he maybe thought he couldn't draw out of it enough. He definitely wanted to. The angle was just a little too much where he felt like he couldn't draw into it. He's looking at the bank on the 6. Bank will lie pretty good. He can not moving the cue ball very far at all here, so he can get whatever angle he feels is best.
6 ball, side pocket.
It's on a decent angle here. He might have to draw out of it. Just taking into account the speed. 6 ball shorten up a little bit.
Oh, he'd like to come back a little further than that.
Yeah.
A little too straight. Now he's using the bridge.
Took care of the big problem there, but not quite out of the woods yet.
This is hard to spin this ball with the bridge.
He might favor going up and down both short rails here. Because you're right, he would definitely want to avoid spinning it.
Yeah, that's a problem with that. And that's the other problem.
Break for Reinhold here in rack number 1. I mean, there is a pretty big Fargo difference between the two players, but it, you know, Reinhold maybe is a little low on the Fargo. He's a very experienced player, but still, you know, with him just getting back into competition in the last few months, starting out good is important for him.
And the other thing, at 27, he's still growing as a player. He's, we'll see that Fargo move north quite a bit in the upcoming time when he spends more time on the road playing.
Newly sponsored Predator player.
Chris started out from Ventura, California. I believe you said he was living in Louisiana now.
Yeah.
And teaching down there. Nice smooth stroke, nice backswing. It was all so smooth, nice pause at the end.
Yeah, he teaches the game. He understands the importance of timing and understands the importance of good fundamentals.
And game number 1 goes to Chris Reinhold. Short race to 4. The referee will be racking. This tournament is played on the best equipment in the world, the Predator Apex table. Predator Arcadia Cloth, the Predator Arco balls, Predator Bridge, all of it, right from Predator. The Aerorack, go to PredatorCues.com and you get to see all their pro team for one, all the equipment they have for sale. For some of you that heard about it, the new Apex table. The Apex, I mean the new Arc table that was just used in Europe a month ago or whatever it was. We won't see it in the States till maybe the fall of this year, but it's quite something to look at. These Apex, of course, are very attractive.
Yeah, all Predator tables being used for the BCA National Championships, which is going on this week at the Rio Hotel as well. Thousands of players in town for that. Multiple singles divisions over different skill levels and team events.
In fact, one of the things you see in the right-hand side of your screen there on the upper part is you see a whole team watching these pros players.
Sure.
From the amateur side of it, from Q Sports International's Expo, the BCA World Championships, and the USA Pro League National Championships. Watching these pros. What a great venue to be able to watch your favorite pro player for free.
Big smash there from Chris. Going from the middle, going for the offense break. Nothing down. Little loose on the rack. It's separated okay. They kind of just bunched back together. I thought it was more the rack there, but he did get good initial separation. Chris has watched a lot of these matches. He's a commentator for Predator as well, so he's seen all the different breaking styles. And I remember when we were commentating together, he was always leaning towards, well, I'm just going to break from the middle if I ever play one of these tournaments. I want to try to play the offense. The center break's going to open up the balls more. It's going to lead to more run-out type games, and the break from the side is going to lead into more tactical games. Good save there from Lechner. Tough kick here for Chris. Jump's not available. Looks like multiple rails on the kick.
It's so important to get that cue ball close to your object ball when you're playing safe. Takes the jump cue out of play.
Yeah, and usually if you kind of freeze to another ball, you're more likely to leave a multiple rail kick rather than a one rail kick, which is obviously tougher, and that's what happened to Chris there. Tough to judge that one.
They are playing a 3-foul rule. The early 10 balls are allowed and encouraged. They just don't count on the break.
Lechner's on a fairly open table here. We'll have to get a second look to kind of see if there's any problems throughout the rack. Everything's looking pretty good. Bit of cue ball movement, but nothing. Pretty big areas available for all the sequences. Most cue ball movement is going to be between the 7 and or the 6 and the 7. Pretty open in the middle of the table to move back down. Most obvious play from the 6 to the 7 would usually be 3 rails around, but the 8's blocking that track, so I might just see him stay up the left side of the table. Thinking about which path he wants to take now. Lechner's a real underrated player. I mean, he made the final of the US Open. He's done well in a lot of matchroom tournaments. Hasn't been quite as successful in any Predator tournaments, but no reason why not. Real upper world-class player.
Well, at an 816 Fargo, he is what I consider one of the elite players in the world.
Sure.
Anything over 800 is world class.
The new cloth kind of killed the ball there. See, when the cloth is brand new like this and you're kind of going more direct into the rails play a little softer. The bed will generally play a little faster, and the rails will play a little softer, particularly when you're going in at kind of a 90-degree angle into the rail, and that's what caught him there.
And with inside English.
Yeah, and the top kind of catches a little more, so the top kind of over-rotated.
Oh, nicely done.
Yeah, good
Navigated that very well. Right past the 9 to the head rail. Left the 10 ball to lock him out.
Yeah, Chris is going to have a lot of options here to defend. Jump is one of them. Kick's tempting as well, because if he gets behind it, he could possibly stick the cue ball. Good jump. Possibly trying to play the cue ball behind the 8. Tough shot.
Cue ball, it's okay.
He's going to get safe with the 7. No bank available, really.
Do you like going on the right side of the 7 to get behind the 8 ball 3 rails?
I think so. I don't think there's
It
much.
just lays so well. Is what I see there.
Yeah.
You might choose something much simpler than that, but
Yeah,
it just lays.
just
so
thin
well.
off the left side. I think he's considering that as well. Similar to what you said, just caught it a little thick.
The cue ball's against the rail.
Yeah,
That's
chance for
positive.
Reinhold here to take an early lead in the first set.
Nice shot.
That was the cue ball play.
Will it go around the 8? Well,
Not where he intended, but he's still on offense here.
second prize, side pocket.
Kind of surprised he powered over there. Just thought he had a little too much angle to hold it, but that's a nice confident shot from Reinhold.
And that's game number 2, and win number 2 from Chris Reinhold. Max is yet to be heard from on the scoreboard. Sponsors, our title sponsor is Kamui. Yalin, Samsung TV Plus, Box Billiards, Ben Billiards Corporation, Q Sports International, Little Monster, of course Predator Group. Some stats to take a look at. I like to look at the overall performances. You can see Max performing higher than Chris, but trailing in the score.
Yeah, I think the one stat that has a little bit of difference there is the safety returns. Maybe Lechner didn't have as many safety return opportunities, but to have 3 safety returns within 2 games kind of shows you that Reinhold is strong in that department.
And you can see where Max pocketed 12 balls to Chris's 8. So the missed shots 0 for both players.
Yeah, Lechner had a chance to run out last game and just forced to play that kind of awkward shot on the 6. for 3 for Reinhold on the break, so he might be considering switching it up next time he comes back. Hit that one off square a bit. But he's definitely going with the power theory, you know, just hit them hard and hopefully make one.
Do you sometimes adjust your speed to the table on the break? And hard doesn't have to be, it's more smooth.
Yeah,
Gets you a
particularly with
better action.
templates, right? Like, you know, if you have a consistent rack with a template and you know a certain speed is working, you don't necessarily have to overhit it. Maybe kind of a 60% speed will work just as well, and it's easier to execute.
Great point. Well, Max has challenged Chris here on this shot.
Yeah, I don't mind these type of pushes. You know, it kind of almost puts like a
One ball for their pocket.
different thinking to the guy that's taking the shot. It's like, go ahead, try to make that one.
And in the background there, you could see Albin Ocean from Austria also, the good friend of Max's. They always support each other, and when one's playing, you'll see the other in the stands usually. And that's what we saw there.
Yeah, he took the bait there and didn't make it. Got lucky to leave Reinhold on a jump, but a very makeable jump. So big shot here for Reinhold in the first set to take a commanding lead.
One ball.
Be the favorite in the third game here.
Yeah, this is like a little standard jump and stops the cue ball right there.
Got it. A little unlucky to be straight on the 2. Be tough to move the cue ball towards the 3. He has a little angle going to the left long rail, so he can get a little closer to it. Reasonable position for the 4. He just wouldn't want to be shooting from where the 2 is right now. It's a good shot. Got some angle, won't have to overhit this.
Positioned favorably to work around this track.
He's pocketed a couple high-speed balls like that.
Confident, taking that full stroke.
Control there. Rest of the rack looking good. So great start here for Reinhold against a tough opponent.
Nice on the right side of the ball to go straight to the 7 ball. Come straight across or use the rail. They are on a 30-second time clock. They get 60 seconds after the break and 30 seconds thereafter with 1 extension per rack.
Gonna have all games on display here for you this week. Gonna be a 12-player bank pool showdown. 12 of the best bankers in the world. Playing in a round-robin format down to a single elimination. 2 one-pocket exhibitions.
Yeah, you got Shane Van Bonen and Joshua Filler and Tony Johan and Francisco Bustamante.
Yeah, they'll both be great matches for sure. I'm interested to watch the Van Bonen Filler match.
Two
Both.
guys.
Go ahead.
Two guys that don't really claim to play one pocket.
Right.
But Shane has quite a reputation for doing that.
But
doing
whenever
well
they
at
do,
it.
they
play.
get near the end. Yeah.
Well, didn't he win Derby City last year? I think he was way up there.
He was,
And-
yeah. It was the year where he was like in the top 3
Sure.
in every division, kind of. Yeah.
And his matches were just run out after run out. Usually it takes hours to play, and I think he completed one match in 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think the originator of like Power One Pocket was like Scott Frost, right?
Yes.
But he wasn't finishing matches in 15 minutes. I'm not saying he couldn't, but you know what I mean. And it's for that to happen, and it was against a good player too. It was
Yes,
Devin Lunda.
yes.
It just shows you it's like how offensive he's.
So you have those two on offer. Let me see if I can get you the names for the 12 bank players. I'll give you an example of the 12-man field. You got Alex Paglayan, Evan Lunda, Joshua Filler, Shane Van Boning, Billy Thorpe, Francisco Bustamante, Justin Hall, Scatter Woodward, Chip Compton, John Mora, Roberto Gomez, and Tony Chohan.
I mean, you're literally talking
What a field.
12 of the top 15 bankers in the world.
And here we go with Chris Reinhold breaking the balls, leading 3 games to 0.
For Justin Hall to be possibly a dark horse in that field, very underrated player that doesn't play the major events that often, but a strong banker.
This was invitational.
So yeah, that's 0 for 4 for Chris on the break. Hasn't really left anything on any of the breaks for Lechner, but he's defended himself when he's got into the safe battles. Lechner looking to play the 1 near the 10, kind of stopping the cue ball with the 9. Did well with the cue ball, 1 safe enough. Early 10s are a win in this men's Las Vegas Open. Probably not going to play in until maybe the 3 could be a possible combo. Point there. Still going to be relatively safe because of where the cue ball is. Yeah, tough to get the cue ball off the table here.
Could play at the 10 ball, but he'd have to call 1. Call the 10 and not the 1.
Just because of the score line, he could consider getting aggressive. He could consider elevating and trying to get the cue ball up table. Kind of looks like he's preparing for something. No, he's going to stay level here. Yeah, just chose to stay at the table and play safe on the 2. Lots of blockers, but the cue ball's not really traveling into any of them real naturally.
You can see our referee, Hintaras, is rather focused on the going on at the table. It's called the 2 ball.
I see that shot played a lot. I'll say I never have the balls to play that shot. You know, whenever I can see the ball completely, I'm always.
You want to go off of it?
Yeah, my intuition is just I'm going to shoot straight at the ball. It definitely that shot definitely has value.
Very
But
much.
to me, it's like when you're kicking at it, it's hard to say you have more control than when you're hitting the ball first.
Well, the problem that I saw with that particular shot was you have balls in the middle of the table that'll stop it from getting down table.
Right.
And to that safety area that you need to have.
10 ball further pocket.
The other thing about it, if that ball comes across, you're going to let them shot on the 10.
Yeah, and this is going to be Reinhold for the win in the first set here, early 10. Oh, I just missed it. Caught it on the proper side, but just a little thin. So Lechner with his first offensive opportunity in a couple games. Hit it well, just fractionally thin.
And those are high percentage carom shots too, when they lay like that.
Pretty open table here for Lechner. Looks like he's kind of setting up in this certain stance called the sight right stance. If you watch his pre-shot routine, when he gets behind the ball, especially on shots that are a little tougher pocketing. I mean, you won't really be able to see it here because he's stretching over the 7-10, but we can take a look at these last 5 shots. It's kind of like you line up off the center of your body, and then you step like over into the line. It's an interesting pre-shot routine that's kind of catching on. See if he does it here. It's easy pocketing, so he might not be as stringent towards it. Yeah, just kind of got in. He knows he's going to make the ball. Pocket is too easy.
Doesn't want to really come off the long rail here.
Yeah, I like to eat in the corner, just minimize the cue ball movement. Might be a little too much angle, or you can play for the side. Sure. These last 5 shots have all been too easy, so we can't really see what I was talking about. But just take note when he's shooting a tougher shot. He'll get into a certain routine.
Oh, close to the side pocket, but nothing to fret about. And he will make his mark to this set. Trail 1-3 and a race to 4. Lechner to be breaking.
See, Reinhold's break success is at 0%. He's 0 for 3 on the break. Lechner didn't make a ball in his first break either. Only 1 missed ball over the course of the 4 games so far. Which exhibition is up first in the 1 pocket, George?
The Chohan and Bustamante will be tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll get you a time later. I don't have a time for it yet. And then Filler and Van Boney will be on the 21st. And I'll try to fill in those times.
Watch out for the 10 here. Carom's on. This could be the set for Reinhold. Only thing could be, you might not be able to hit it thin enough. Let's have to see another angle here.
One ball for them.
guess he had to draw too much to play the carom. Looked like it was on, but it must have had to draw the cue ball too much.
Maybe he was, oh, that did lay nice. I'm surprised he overlooked it. Maybe he was just afraid of hanging it up. Maybe that would have won in the set. Oh, he's going to put him in nice and tight behind that 5-ball.
Yeah, down to the end of his shot clock there. Nicely executed. Took away the right long rail. Very tough kick here for Chris. We heard he just did an intentional foul, tying up the 5, recognizing that it was too low percentage to even hit the 1, never mind get safe. 4's lying okay for the breakout. 3's in good position to get the proper angle on the 4. So look for Lechner to try to get run all the way out in this opportunity. When you run into the 6, it might pocket the 5, but you might try to hit it at a speed where the 5 just kind of hangs over the corner. Yeah, on second look there, the 5 might not be going all the way into the pocket, which is actually a good thing for Lechner.
You might have to play that 3-ball to the corner pocket because you can't get back for the side.
Yeah, he got a little too more angle than he wanted there. See, this is where you'll see him kind of stand, aligning the ball off the center of his body first. You got a camera. See that? See how he's standing with his feet there? And just kind of steps over.
I actually do that quite a bit for hard shots.
So he'll be looking to push the 5 over the corner pocket here, but not make it. Did make it, but he's okay.
Nicely done. Just a soft stroke going by that 10-ball for the corner, and the cue ball's in line for the 7.
Yeah, Reinhold was just a small roll away from winning the set on that first carom. Kind of looked like he had a chance at the carom in this game, but he must not have, because he would have taken it. But back under pressure now. Lechner getting closer in the scoreline. There's so many good players out of Europe now. Imagine he's at an 8-13 Fargo and he's never been on the Mosconi Cup team for Europe. Imagine that. That's how strong they
Well,
are.
they have their pick of the litter there.
Yeah, textbook fundamentals, reminiscent of Albin Ocean, his countryman. Albin's here this week as well. And Jasmine. A lot of world-class women making the trip to Las Vegas this week.
And we'll see them starting tomorrow. 64 of the top women in the world for the women's Las Vegas Open.
We also have the Women's Challenger Champions between Christina Tkach and Rublin Amit, the 2 world champions. Rublin in the 9-ball and Christina in the 10-ball. They'll be playing a set of 9-ball and a set of 10-ball. And if they split those 2 sets, they'll play a set of 8-ball to determine the winner. Predator's going to bring back the Women's World 8-ball Championships for the first time in a very long time. This July, it'll be in Green Bay, Wisconsin. It'll be 2nd to the 6th.
Good information to have.
Can't pick out a favor in that one because we've never seen the women really play 8-ball. I don't know. I think Europeans play a fair bit of 8-ball. Maybe look for Jasmine, or we'll see. It'll be a new tournament.
A lot of the Asians do too because of the hay ball.
True. That's a good point. It's a great point, actually. Never even thought of. You know, back in the day, there was no hay ball. Right? So yeah, look for players like Sen Chen and Han Yu will have experience at that game. Rita Cho.
Han Yu is here for this tournament.
Seming Chen's not. She has made it to Vegas before, but not this year.
What a pleasure just to watch her. Well, both of them.
Yeah.
Here's some stats. Looking at the percentages again, Max still outperforming Chris, but in the ball's pocketed, he's pocketed 31 to 19, so he's leaving Chris opportunities.
Not the best spread in the rack. Kind of more. Oh, there goes the 6. Last ball moving.
Cue ball was pushed up for the 1.
Yeah, it's gonna be on a combo with the 210. It's reasonably lined up to the pocket, but you'd want the cue ball in a pretty solid line. It's not wired. Looks like he's not considering it. Maybe just looking at the path the cue ball could travel towards the 2. They have the shot clock in order here. Quite sure what he has in mind here.
Looks like he's going to follow 2 rails to the left side by the 5.
Nice shot. And he's on
He did.
a pretty good angle to attack the combo. He'll definitely be going at it here.
10 balls, corner pocket.
That was a smart shot from Lechner there. A lot of cue ball movement. It looked like 2 rails forward at first, but the angle was a little too much. And this is to make it hill-hill in the first set.
From a 3-0 deficit, he stands to tie things up with this shot. One thing about combinations is you don't want to slow roll it, because if you hang the 10, it's going to stay in the pocket. You want it to leave the vicinity. So we have a little speed, not much, just a little to get the cue ball out of there.
Just goes to show whenever a combo is off angle, it's just way tougher than you think. And, you know, even on the mental side, it's like you've missed them so many times, you're not sure if you're going to make them. You can do all the calculations that you want, but it's still kind of a feel aim when you're shooting an off-angle combo like that.
Well, to give you an idea of the degree of difficulty of the shot, he gave it all the respect it deserved and still missed it.
Yeah, by a decent amount. So Reinhold with an open table opportunity here to finish off the first set. Yeah, I was thinking side pocket here. I think he is as well.
3 rails around. He's got to make sure to be on the right side of the 10 ball. Perfect.
He's there, nice shot. 9 ball's kind of in the way of a lot of pass towards the 7. Should be able to figure something out.
No, he wanted to come a little further out, so he'd use that rail and then come to the right side of the table to where he's standing for the 7.
Yeah, still an opportunity to drop the left side here, out on the far side of the 9. Good shot. He's there now, just hold his nerve. Again, we're talking about Chris like he's just a little less experienced than world-class players that have been on tour consistently for the last 2 years, but also a player that's played in multiple Moscone Cups. He knows what pressure's about. Played some high-stakes challenge matches.
Oh my, what a shot he just missed. You don't see that but once in a blue moon.
Yeah, just kind of slipped his stroke forward there. Might have been a little conflicted on the position. Not sure, but again, you know, being out of the mix for a while, like mistakes like that can happen. There's the full pocket there. Lucky it's day number 1. That ball's not going to go in 4 days from now.
No, I don't think so. Not once it breaks in. That's still a little slidey. He just made up a word. This isn't straightforward.
Yeah, he's on the in-between angle here. He's going to go side, 3 rails around.
Oh, nice speed on this ball. Oh, could have gone a little harder. This is still a good shot.
Yeah, choice to draw out or just play natural angle. Go with a more aggressive stroke, draw out of it.
This 10 ball to tie things up in the first set, and tie it up he does. 3-3.
This is countryman teammate Alvin Ocean. Conspicuously not in the doubles tournament with Jasmine. They've played together in the past, but they're not playing together this time. I'm surprised at that.
Bring you some updates from some of the other matches going on. Alex Kazakis has defeated Rick Funk 2-0. Sylvain Kingeras is 3-2 in the first set over Donnie Mills. Tom Lemur is 3-1 over Dan Louie in the first set. Ralph Souquet 3-2 over Eddie Vonderow. Eddie is one of the junior players that will be playing in big juniors showdown that we have coming up. Bustamante has won the first set over Bobby Garza. Christopher Seckinger tied up with Randall Bagot, 2 apiece in the first set. And back to the action here.
Lechner, ball down. Ooh, the 5 gets in the way. Maybe the 7. 1 was sitting nicely over the corner of the corner pocket, but the 7 got in the way.
The last rolling ball, probably.
Yeah.
He usually gets you.
Always tougher to push as well when the 1's near the corner pocket. Could be considering pushing into a jump. Looking at that right now. Kind of sitting sideways on the table if he leaves the cue ball there. Here we go. Think Chris will take it, or do you think he'll pass it back? It's a 50-50 proposition here.
Well, Chris is rather handy with the jump stick, so I think he'll take it.
I think you kind of have to take it when someone, even though the overall percentage is close to 50-50, if you're a winner, you're the kind of, you'll be thinking at shooting this shot. You want to take the first opportunity at it.
Well, these are the kind of jump shots you cut your teeth on. He's not going to take it. He's walked off.
I mean, the other thing about it is that you're not in a normal jumping position. You're sitting on the table. It's tough.
Yeah, that would be easy for a left-hander, but not so much a right-hander. Let's see how his decision was.
Yeah.
Results speak for themselves.
Hindsight's 20/20, but I kind of like taking that one.
So did I.
So it'll be the toughest positional shot in the rack. I think he'll be looking to play out the left side of the table and playing the cue ball near the 8 for the 3 on the side. Tough shot here. Gonna come nicely between the 6 and the side pocket, not catching the point. Tough on the pocketing as well, so shot of the rack here for Lechner. See how he's standing like that, kind of above it?
And now he steps in.
Yeah. It's like a Federer Gorse thing a little bit too. Ooh, got a nice roll off the 6 if it doesn't go behind the 8, and he's there.
Wow, if he can close this out, he was trailing 3-0.
Yeah, two good chances for Reinhold to win the set. Narrowly missing the carom in game number 4, and an open mistake on the 8 in game number 5. Four barely passes the 8, but he definitely went in a play position here if it doesn't go. Go ahead,
I thought he might bring it up by the side pocket and shoot it in the other side. But he just kept it real simple and stopped it there.
Yeah, it's kind of a new school style where they're moving the cue ball less. Their fundamentals are so strong that they're not afraid to take on those kind of mid-range pots, more like older school style, which honestly I lean towards a little more, is moving the cue ball more, shooting into the most obvious pocket. But I've noticed particularly with like Europeans, kind of just relying on the pocketing a little more.
Well, it paid dividends. He's in a great position to close out the set.
Favor the closer pocket on that one. Got angle going up table, and he'll be able to manage. Strong comeback here for Lechner in this first set. Not without a couple mistakes from Reinhold, but he'll definitely be happy to be going with the edge going into set number 2.
Close it out, he does. Max Lechner takes set number 1 with a score of 4-3 after trailing 3-0 in the first set. Lechner broke the first set, which means Chris Reinhold will be breaking the second set as the alternate breaks on the set, and then just winner break from there on. But let's see if they take a little break. They usually do in between sets.
Yeah, players just going to take a quick break here. We'll take a quick break ourselves, and we'll be back soon.
And we are back with set number 2 with Chris Reinhold breaking this race to 4. He's got to win this set to take it to a shootout.
Yeah, he switched breaks. He was 0 for 4 from the middle in the first set. Switched over the side rail this time. 8-ball down, shot on the 1. Going to take a bit of a mental recovery here in the second set for Chris after a couple mistakes and chances to win the first set.
Let's see if he plays more aggressive this set than he did the last. Especially on shots like what you mentioned that he may have had an opportunity with.
Oh, interesting thing about the first set is there were 7 breaks and no break-in runs. So there's a lot of moving. Chris got the best of it in the first 3 games. That's kind of what we won in the first 3 games.
Now, is that the first time he's made a ball in the break?
I
think
believe
so.
Yeah, he was 0 for 4 in the first set. Shot there by Reinhold. Enough room for a jump. Gonna go at the jump. 2 ball on the bottom left. Oh, 10.
Actually, this is a good call. He hits just barely off center, and that cue ball's going to track right at the 10 ball.
Yeah. Two-way part of it is that it should create distance as well. Oh, called the wrong ball.
Well, that's the one thing about 10 ball. In 9 ball, it's a perfect shot because you still shoot, but in 10 ball, you got to call one or the other.
And the purists will actually say that, that's a kind of a flaw in the rules. Like, you should be able to try 2 offensive shots at once.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that one particular part of the game should be like the 9 ball, but the purist also wants the 10 ball as the last ball.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, just to have it make it a call shot game. I guess you could say you could call 2 balls, but at that point, where do you cut it off? You can call all 9 balls in case you fluke something, so it just kind of runs in between there.
Now, the rules are, there's 9 ball and there's 10 ball, and those are the reasons why.
Right. Just taking full advantage of this opening here at rack number 1. Installed the pocket there. Just one good line.
You know what stands out of set number 1, first set, was that A ball that Chris missed.
Sure. I mean, that was
so
to
big.
win the set.
That was to win the set.
Reasonably simple position. I think he was kind of caught in between it, playing a fair bit of left or stunning it, and he ended up stunning it and maybe just didn't fully commit to it. And again, just to iterate again, it's not like the kind of nerves an amateur would have. I mean, he's very experienced and a solid pro player, but just not being there as much, you know, you're just not as used to it. Your mind can kind of do funny things.
And Chris takes the first game of set number 2. Starts how he started the first set, with 3 wins in a row. If he gets that kind of a start, he better complete it this time.
Yeah, and I believe he's, you know, as he comes back and more consistent pro level play, he's going to be right there with the rest. He's a great player. Look for him to be a threat to be on the Mosconi Cup this year. Safety efficiency is pretty low for Reinhold, but I don't believe he's shot too many of them. A lot more balls pocketed for Lechner.
Which accounts for the higher overall performance. Chris's is coming up. He was in the 600s in the first set, and this one rack is hoisted him up.
Yeah, it's been a pretty high level set. Only 3 missed balls between the 2 players.
Chris much more efficient with his time at the table.
See, just trying to calm himself there. Probably saw one of his friends in the stands, half smile, deep breath. Cut it a little thin, so the one went a little short of the side. No shot on the one for Lechner.
Turned out to be a good defensive break. I don't think he was looking to use the cue ball to the bottom of the table, though.
Very aggressive kick, safe off the left long rail, but I don't think he'll be taking it. Push the one near the 8. Could be a little tough for Reinhold to play safe in that area. Good shot. I think I said the one near the 8. I meant the cue ball near the 8. Pardon me.
One ball inside.
I think you'll go for the bank here. Hold it for the 2.
Shot, had to pinch that bank. Left spin. Fedor Gorst had a reel a couple weeks ago showing that exact shot. He said, you guys think you can make this shot? It's not as easy as it looks. Pro level players know that it just required a little bit of spin to pinch the angle, but it's funny that almost that exact shot came up right there.
Yeah, and the harder you hit it, the less it holds out.
Right?
Which is usually not true of a bank shot. Apparently I tried it numerous times.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that it's spinning so fast that the spin doesn't really catch the rail as much. Like even when you're playing position, that's an underrated thing. Sometimes you think you'll need to hit it harder for it to spin more. It's actually a little bit lighter. It's got to grab the cloth a little bit. Narrow miss there from Reinhold. Offense for Lechner here. Pretty open table. Toughest position from the 3 to the 4 to the 5. Ball's playing all right here. He might have to play it with a, yeah, he's thinking about drawing on top of the 10.
If he draws us just above the 10, he'll be able to come. He'll have plenty of room on the side, there on the left side.
That might leave too much angle.
Yeah.
Hit it pretty much perfectly, getting as straight as he could. Good shot. Standard position play for the next 5 racks here. 5 balls, pardon me.
It's funny you said 5 racks there. Not to point out, you know, but Chris has a real nice video on YouTube where he breaks and runs 5 racks of 10 ball with commentary.
Nice.
As he commentates it.
Yeah, it's really noticeable, all the instructional aids you can get online now.
Sure.
The thing about it is you can watch all the instructional videos you want. If you don't get to the table and practice execution, the game's that tough that you need hours and hours of repetition to do things consistently. You know, life's busy for a lot of people, not to discourage them, but you really need like tens of thousands of hours to be on a consistent execution level in this game.
That's why I call pool a very selfish sport. It just takes so much time away from other things. But when you love it, it really, you can do it.
Sure, and you know, playing more is just going to let you execute more consistently. to understand the game is still a great thing.
And this 10 ball to tie things up in the second set. And tied they are. One apiece, second set, race to 4. Winner breaks. Keep in mind that if each player wins the first set, wins a set, they'll play the third set, and if they're tied at 3, it goes to a shootout.
Yeah, so that's a small amendment compared to the original format of the Predator Pro Series. Originally, when it was 1 set each, it would go directly to a shootout. But now it needs to be held in the third set. I think that's a great amendment. I mean,
Sure.
the shootout's a good thing, but you know, to be having to survive shootouts 2 or 3 times throughout the course of the tournament, it's a little bit daunting. But now they'll be less frequent.
And that was something that Predator did in response to players' suggestions and fan suggestions.
Sure.
They want to see more games. Keep in mind this is all played on Predator equipment, the Arcadia Cloth. You know, when I've compared the cloth to Simonis, I've noticed that when it's new, it seems to grab a little bit more, not as slidey as Simonis is.
100%.
Other than that, they play very, very, very much alike.
Yeah, and that's a positive thing, you know. Like
Sure.
It allows more shots when the ball's not sliding as much. Lechner finally making either player first time they've made the 1 on the side off the break and straight in on the 2 here. That's the break they're looking for. From the side rail, 1 on the side. Decent dispersion. The flip side of it is that when you do break on the side, the rack will tend to tie up more. So if you don't make one, you kind of have like a second chance at the rack possibly.
This is laid out pretty nice for Mad Max.
Real
What a
nice.
misleading nickname he has, Mad Max. This guy is the farthest from Mad that I've ever met.
Yeah.
One of the nicest guys on tour.
Yeah.
Polite, just, well, as are most of the Europeans, very polite. But good sense of humor, great sense of humor.
Just kind of went with the alliteration factor
Sure.
there rather than the actual description of the guy.
Mel Gibson
Right.
with his Max movies, but I forget what they are.
There's a new name now, but the original
Right.
was Mad Max.
Uh-huh.
The name is- Staying in line nicely here. Just talk about this pre-shot one more time here. Watch, he's on the contact point angle. Now he's in the center of his body to the pocketing angle, and then kind of steps over. It's a kind of a new school way of approaching the ball.
Max is sponsored by How Cues now, and you got a good look at his cue right there. How Tips, How Cues. He has a case sponsor, 5-second cases, I think it is.
There's 3 second.
3 second cases. 3 second cases.
So this will be our first break-in run of the match. 10 games in now.
Looks like he's smoothing out a little bit. That's going to be trouble for Reinhold. down a game in the set.
Yeah, these break-and runs are really powerful in these short race formats. I mean, you know, I kind of remember how Max got the offensive advantage in set number 2, but he did take advantage in the first game and then turned it into 2 games. And now it's like you're halfway there to the total, right? And breaking.
Well, I think he was able to pick up the advantage in the first set from number 1,
Sure.
Chris's try breaks. Number 2, the passed up opportunities that Chris had at winning the set.
Yeah, and it can still come back here, but if you're going to look at an early overall telling sign of kind of why Lechner's ahead, you know, Reinhold definitely had a couple chances to win the first set.
But you can see how Max has pocketed almost twice as many balls.
Right. $128 players starting this Las Vegas Men's Open. We're going to play down with single elimination final 32. 6-day tournament. 7 other tournaments on offer this week for you in Las Vegas. Looking forward to a great week here.
37.5 for the winner. Runner-up gets 17.5. Semi-finalists both get 87.50. 5th through 8th, 43.75. 9th through 16th, 21.88. And 17th through 32nd, 1,000, almost 1,100, 10.94 is what it is.
Missed the 1 that time, but 3 slipped into the top left corner. He's on the 1 on the first shot. Looked a little straight at first glance. See how it ends up here. He's got some angle to move towards the 2. Tough because he's on the rail. Could consider going 2 rails around the 5. Tricky shot because that'll involve some left spin.
He's using that left spin. Above the 5.
Good shot. Always tough to spin the cue ball when you're off the rail like that. Natural position, 2 rails across now. This is for 2 break-in runs in a row for Lechner. And to go on the hill in the second set.
Looking good for another break and run.
Yeah, really only 7 to the 8. Might need a kind of a small angle on the 8, but there's lots of room over on that side of the table. But you see the difference with these professional players too is, yeah, it looks easy. And what percentage of the time could you execute this 3-ball run easily to get on the 7? But he's still making sure where he needs to be on the 5. You know, he's not taking anything for granted. You know, you have to realize one mistake in a match like this can turn everything around, right? He's just, you know, dotting all his I's and crossing all his T's, making sure that he's in the best possible angle to run out 99% of the time here instead of 95. That's how much care they're taking.
If it holds, it held perfect. Now you can just use the rail, come up for the 7.
Yeah, like the half ball angle here on the 7. Good thing to note as you kind of watch the play over the course of the week this week at home, you know, how often these pros are playing more into half ball angles more than full ball angles. It just allows you to hit the ball a little lighter. He got a little far away from it here. The natural angle was kind of trending into being a little straighter, so this is not a perfect example, but overall, they'll be going for angles where they can move the cue ball with medium speed rather than higher speed. Like even there, he doesn't have to hit that ball as hard as if he would have been straight in.
Now, see, a lot of players there would have gone for the 9-8 combo, 8-9 combo.
Yeah.
I like what he did there.
Yeah. Avoid combos
Sure.
whenever you can, but it actually looks like how the. Yeah, he's okay.
He overran it just a little, but still, it's good position. Very good position play.
So second break and run in a row for Lechner here. Threat to possibly run the set out. Really taking advantage of his opportunities now. Oh, look at that little exhibition shot there. He just felt confident enough to get closer to
Love those shots.
He's hitting an extreme amount of top there, changing the angle of the cue ball. I'm surprised he did that. Why don't you just take
Because
the
he's
longer
settling
shot?
in. He's gotten comfortable.
I haven't seen that shot in competition too often. But that's exactly it. He's confident. Just felt like letting his stroke out there. Maybe we can get a replay on that one. You can actually see what the cue ball did there. It came off the rail, and it had so much follow on it, it stayed on the same side of the table.
And you're right, you don't see those in competition very often. You'll see them. You'll see them in money games or
Just kind of an exhibition, like look at me shoot this shot type of thing. Yeah. Well, it's been sat for 2 games. Here it is. Look at that. Bent the cue ball off the rail. It's like a swagger shot, George.
is that what you call it? Swagger shot.
There goes the one. That was perfectly hit.
Oh,
That's the speed I like there.
2-ball not so convenient. It's cuttable.
Yeah, could it play off the 5 possibly?
If it's too close to the rail, will it double kiss or will it slide off?
Yeah, it's tough to tell. He's going to consider it though. It's easier than cutting it in if it does play well.
He's giving it. He's got 60 seconds, so he's giving it some time.
He'll be able to control the cue ball
Yeah.
better if he's able to play it off the 5.
The other thing about it is that's his key shot. He makes this and everything looks good for him to close out the set. Oh.
Think
Is that a
he-
good hit?
Yeah, it was. I think he tried it off the 5, and I think the 5 double kissed it on the way to the pocket.
See it again.
Yeah, caught the double kiss on the way in. He did try it off the 5 though, definitely. Oh, open table miss for Reinhold down to the end of the shot clock. Hadn't shot in about 20 minutes. It's tough when you come in cold like that, especially you got distance on the opening shot. I mean, it's the kind of balls that got to go down if you want to beat a player like Lechner, no doubt, but I know the feeling. angle's going to have a lot of movement here, kind of a blind pocketing angle. Shots are tougher than they look. Gotta be confident here. Not bad. Not great with the cue ball. First intuition is defense here. We'll see. He's calling it in. Again, he's feeling it. I mean, to be trying shots like this.
I would bank that ball.
Yeah.
But then he looks like he's called it in the corner.
Yeah, he's cutting it right in. I mean, there's safe options as well, but he's confident here.
Well, he is settled, so and
shot.
cut it in he does. Nice speed, nice cue ball. Comes up, perfect angle to come up with a 5. Excellent shot.
Overcut a little too much deflection than what he expected there. Decided to play with a bunch of left spin cloth, so the ball deflected a little more than he expected. He's kind of puzzled, feeling so. Sometimes you can almost feel overconfident, you know, like there was an option just to go up one rail there. It's like, I can't believe he missed it. There was an option just to go up one rail, but was confident enough to put a lot of spin on it. Just ended up misjudging the deflection. Didn't call the 5 or the 4. Not an obvious enough pocket there.
Would you give this back? I wouldn't.
No, yeah, you got safe options behind the 7-8.
And the shot at the 10.
Sure, good call. Yeah, 2-way on the 10.
If he goes for the 10, I don't think it's too. He can't get the cue ball over behind the 3 balls.
Yeah, it's a little
left.
straight.
It's a little straight. He's got to go for it. Oh, he
Favored the safe part of it
playing
more.
the 10. He was playing the safe ball.
And this is the 3rd time that he's got Reinhold within a ball of the ball he's playing safe behind. Looks like he might have left the right long rail here. He did, just barely, but he's definitely put him in some tough safety spots.
Ice it.
Even to the point where Reinhold had to swerve at it, it's tougher to play any kind of kick safe at that point. He did pretty well there. For Lechner to play the cue ball back in the same area now. Might have to draw it, so consider other options. Maybe cue ball behind the 10. Okay on the following angle. Good shot. He doesn't go too hard in the pocket. It's okay.
It's whoa. He had that hold him up English right at the pocket.
Yeah. Looks like the point is not in the way of the jump. I think it is in the way of the short rail kick.
He's called it in the corner pocket at the bottom of your screen on the right side. If this kisses off the 10, it could be trouble, but he's okay. 6 ball doesn't go by the 8. Will go to the side.
It will, but he has a, oh yeah, I was going to say he's got too much angle on the side, but he'll just play corner here. So chance to win the match here for Lechner. Real strong performance in the 2nd set. 2 breaking runs in the middle of the set. Reinhold really only making that one mistake on the 2 ball. That was about it. Chris likely off to the loser side early. It'll take about 4 or 5 wins to get back to the final 32 from this position. But look for him to put up a good fight. One of the stronger players in the field. Tough draw for both players here in the first round.
Chris needs a miracle. Max needs to close it out. He's 3 balls from it. When once Max settled in, like on the last game actually of the first set, you could tell there was a little more pep in his step, a little more confidence. It really put a dagger in Chris's heart. Chris started out strong, but Max closed it out.
Yeah, Max won 9 of the last 10 games. Good performance from him. Good
We'll
opening set to the tournament. Looking forward to a good week here, George.
Be back with 7 other tournaments this week here in Las Vegas. This is George Deja and Eric Corlifson closing it out for you. Be right back with another match.
Yeah, talk to you guys soon. Next round at 1 p.m. Pacific time. No way. Get up, everybody. Hello and welcome everyone to the Las Vegas Men's Open presented by Kamui and Predator. It's a first round match between Marco Tucher and Joey Tate, joined along with former Mosconi Cup team member John Schmidt. Welcome, John.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. Great to be here. What a match we have in store.
Yeah, Joey's going to be a part of the junior event that we're going to have going on later in the week. Experienced player, played a lot for his age. Marco doesn't make it over to North America that often, but whenever he does, he's a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, don't let Marco's boyish good looks fool you. He is an assassin, and he can win this tournament. And you couldn't meet a nicer guy. If they put a Fargo rate on how nice somebody was, he'd be about 1,100. It's just hard to not be a fan of his. But, you know, you're a great player yourself, Eric. You know the first round is really tricky in a tournament. You're trying to get your nerves under control and your stroke and get used to the table. So sometimes it can produce ugly matches, and we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, key for Tate here is to come out strong. He's coming in at about a 50-point Fargo disadvantage. So really has to assert himself in the first couple racks.
You know, as a person growing up playing a little bit of golf, Eric, there was nothing better than seeing the greens cut and the new range balls at a PGA Tour event, right? And you come to these events and you just have pristine equipment and cloth and balls and chalk, and it's just a dream. Joey Tate is basically in a world championship here on television. The nerves are tingling. Let's go.
Going from the side rail to start it off, a bit more of a defensive break, looking to make the one cross in the opposite side pocket. Caught the point with the one. 7 gonna trickle in. There it goes. On the one as well.
That's a dream start, wouldn't you say? To bank a ball playing 10 ball when you're not using a template and getting a shot on the one is really tough to do.
Oh yeah, you're on probably around 25% overall.
Oh, maybe. If that, yeah, I would say if that. I mean, it's.
I'd like to be able to hold the cue ball one rail here. I think he's just thick enough that he can. If not, he'll cross over for the side.
And it's got to go. Now you're froze to the rail on the wrong side of the two. The trouble starts. He knows it too.
Possible path between the 5-6. He's going to take a look at that now. Distance is an option as well.
This is so much harder than it looks when you elevate near a rail like this. Yeah, just such a difficult shot. And a nice start for Marco.
Yeah, open chance here. Checking if the 6 passes the 8. That'll make the runner a lot easier if it does. If it doesn't, the 5's pretty close to the 6. Should be able to manage position on the short side.
This is a real tricky layout, right, Eric? I mean, he's got trouble with the 6. This is a handful, even for a world-class player like Marco. He would be thrilled to get out here.
Yeah, gonna look at getting the high angle on the 5 and draw the cue ball below the 8 into the short side on the 6 is the ideal position I'll be looking for. Former US Open 10-ball champion.
Yeah, he's got a very high gear. When he gets rolling and gets confident, he is dangerous. I've seen him mow down fields where he just beats everybody to death. I mean, the guy can really play.
Solid fundamentals, kind of reminiscent of Albin Ocean a little bit.
Yep.
Longer backstroke, real solid European fundamentals.
This would be a pretty shot. I think he's going to try to play the 6 in the same pocket. Oh, what a shot.
It's all there now. See what kind of break Marco goes with in rack number 2. He's got enough talent to hit it from the middle. What's your take on break attack in these hand rack situations?
Yeah, I think in the hand racking, I really don't know what the right approach is. I know with the magic rack what to do. I think I do, but I believe I would hit him from the rail as hard as I could and try to get lucky. You're not really going to be able to play the balls on the side.
If you do hit him from the rail, you have a chance to make the 1.
Yeah.
Just guarding against if you don't make a ball, it's going to leave the table a little more congested. It's funny, we've seen players win the tournament with both styles of break. Fedora usually goes from the side rail, and he's won a lot of these Pro Billiard Series tournaments. Kachi one year was one of the only players hitting it from the middle, and he won the World 10-ball championships with this format. So
yeah,
it can be done both ways.
Now Marco overran his mark a little on the 9. This is a much tougher shot than it might look at home. He's got to focus here and hit this good. What a nice run out.
Good opening rack from the future there. He'll be coming in around number 10 to 16 seed. Got about 30 world-class players in this 128-player field.
Yeah, how tough is a field when somebody that plays like this guy is a 16th seed?
Yeah. Failures in the tournament, Albin Ocean. Good contingent from Taipei here as well.
Wow. These tables play fantastic. I had a chance to play on it up in Canada, and then I got a table from Predator, and they're just made. They're made with like steel beams. You know, these tables are super solid, play real nice, and they give the best players a chance to shine.
Predator Arcos balls, Aerorack, all Predator equipment being used in this tournament. Arcadia Cloth.
Yeah, it's exactly what I practice with. Fantastic conditions. These are tight pockets too. If you're not familiar at home, 4 1/4 pockets.
Particularly at speed.
Right.
I had a feeling Marco might go from the middle. Here he goes. Offense break coming here. Chance to make the 2 or the 7 straight back on the side. Nothing down. An open look on the 1 for Tate.
Yeah, super tough layout. Well, you know, I mean, the 4-5 kind of connect, the 6-8 combination is doable. This is a doable out, but it would be fantastic to get out from here.
Yeah, big power draw coming here on the first shot.
Nice shot, Joey.
Good timing in that stroke. Tate will be competing in the junior event, starting later this week as well. Boys and girls competing in that event. Savannah Easton and Sophia Mast will be a part of the field. Tate will be one of the favorites in that tournament. Must have got real straight there.
Yeah,
surprised he didn't move the cue ball a little more.
Right. Yeah, he was limited with what he could do. Interesting to see what he's going to try here. I can't quite tell what he's going for. Is he trying to cut this on the side or play safe? Oh,
We're both
excuse
playing
me.
for the wrong
Yeah,
goal, John.
I
Is that
could.
right? I
Yeah,
thought he was playing for the ball
I
to
did
the
too.
7. Oh, geez.
Yeah,
We'll get familiar with the colors. Don't worry.
yeah, really.
I honestly thought he was playing for the ball near the
Sure.
5, though.
This is my first chance to see him play, but he looks pretty tough to me.
I think ideally you'd want to play the 6 over near the left corner
Yeah,
pocket.
yeah, that or keep more angle off the 5 so that the 6 and the cue ball kind of stay with each other. See what he does here. Tricky either way, as you know, our combinations are a nightmare. Now the 6 is going to be moving to his left. The only thing that worries me about this is you have to get this a little firm to get the 6 over there, and it makes the combination more missable. Nice shot. Oh, get off. Nice shot.
He's good there. Slightly too much angle to hold for the 7, but he'll just have to hit it soft pocket weight here.
Might go 2 rails here. Let my stroke out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though that got away from him a little bit, you won't miss the 6 hitting it with that little cute soft stroke. But either way works, of course. You got to go with what you feel.
So good recovery from Tate after missing the first rack, leveling the score 1 each here. Saw him play briefly on a stream that I wasn't commentating in the past, but just watching him in these first 2 racks, fundamentals are real solid.
Yeah, he can play. I remember how daunting 25 years ago it was for me to get out there and play the best players in the world and the cameras and the crowd. And this kid here, it looks like an embryo, and he's just handling the pressure like it's nothing. Quite impressive. I would not want to be 18 or 20 years old playing this guy. Now Marco can see he's gonna be in for a test here. A race to 4. I mean, you make one mistake and it can get away from you.
Definitely. And again, Tate just asserting himself, letting Marco know that he's in a match, and that's exactly what he did there in rack number 2.
Yeah, that was great out. It's funny, Eric, how easy those outs feel when you're at home, but to do it right now with a world champion breathing down your neck and the money on the line, it's a real test of nerve.
Well, and especially to get the first couple racks out of the way.
Right. Yeah, this is their first match, so this is a very jittery thing for even the best players in the world to just get the arm going and get the feel. This is like a golfer getting hit some range balls before the first tee. You know, it's a huge thing for your confidence.
Down here, shot from Marco on the 1. Gonna have to play a fair bit of right spin to hold up the right side of the table here.
Yeah, it's funny when you use the template, the racks are just so simple, and then you hand rack and you get layouts like this that are more complicated than my last marriage, and basically you can't get out. I mean, every lane's tied up, balls are against the rail. It's going to produce way more innings, way more kicks, and I think it protects the best players though, because there's just so much more play to the game.
Yeah, higher level execution, right?
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
just the, make 3 balls
Yeah,
on the break.
and you're straight in, yeah.
Every ball is 3 feet from each other, and the runouts are simple. This is
What a difference.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of young players though, I talk to them and they just can't picture how good Strickland and Archer and Rodney Morris and Nick Varner played, because those guys were not using template racks. I promise you, if those guys used magic racks like we have now, their AccuStats would have been even higher.
Sure.
Well, he just got hooked here. I think he has to go to the jump on the 2.
Yeah, short distance jump here. Cue ball's got to get up and down real quick.
And even if he managed to make it, probably won't get position, but he'd be happy to hit this ball. This is a big shot here. Because you figure to go down 2-1.
Using the air rush jump cue.
Yeah, the air rush jump cue is unbelievable. If you can't jump with that, you should take 2 weeks off and quit. I mean, I've never seen an easier cue to jump a ball with. Just so easy.
Landed on top of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, the 6, 7, 8 connect pretty well, so Joey's got a reasonable chance here, but the 7 to the 8 is going to be interesting if he can get that far.
Would you consider 2 rails forward
Yeah,
here? Kind of looks like a draw, but
Yeah, I think either one, kind of whatever you feel would work. The side pocket's huge here. He's got to watch scratching. Oh, he caught it a little thin. Oh, nice rub there.
he's gonna have to leave himself with some angle on the 7, but that's gonna play well for coming back up table with the 8.
Tell you what, this is a missable ball right here. I'd be real happy to punch this in because he has to hit this with speed. That's a nice shot right there.
Smooth stroke, good
Yeah.
timing.
Yeah, this little whippersnapper can play. I'm
Smooth it out
impressed.
nice. Opposite eye dominant, can see that there.
Yeah, that's always interesting. Like Suke, they look out of their left eye and their head's kind of cocked over to the side. Right.
It's heavily
Right,
opposite eye
right,
dominant,
right.
almost as much as Ocean.
Yeah, right. The 7 to the 8 is going to be difficult because I don't believe you can go off the side of the 9. I think the cue ball is going to get in behind the 9 and clip it coming off the back rail.
Yeah, he might have to
This
favor an
is
angle where he puts a bunch of left.
right. That's right, Eric. Nice shot. Yeah, no, this is perfect. He's got a chance.
Is it lying just
Yeah,
a little
it's
thick where it's
yeah.
going to hit the 9 regardless?
I think he's going to come off this back rail and do real well to miss this 9. Oh, he hit it great. He overcut it on purpose, and he might even get a friendly little rub here. Nice shot.
Good signs for Tate here in this match. The whole Tate family plays. Noel.
Yeah, I've
the
never
other
met them.
sisters
Yeah.
escaping me right now, but they're all great players. All junior players as well.
Oh, that's fantastic to see. The sport's growing. Predator's doing so much for the sport. They're putting on events for the men and the women and the juniors, and just huge money added.
They've absolutely revitalized the sport in
right.
North America, no doubt.
Nice shot. He really got through that nice. If you let up on your stroke there, you can really chunk that ball and scratch on the side. But he put the RPMs on the cue ball just like he needed to. Man, nice run out.
Two-man lead for Tate now. He's breaking rack number 4. He's been successful on one of his 2 first breaks.
How old do you figure Joey is? About 20, maybe? Not even that old, I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
think.
trying to think of what the stipulations are to enter the junior tournament. Usually, typical junior stipulations would be you'd be 18 or under. So
Wow,
somewhere in that
golly.
range.
I started playing pool at 18, and I was about a 7 Fargo. I was terrible. It's amazing to see somebody this young play this good.
I remember hearing that, and I was thinking that most world class players started when they were like around 10.
A little younger. Yeah, I started at 18. I
Yeah.
started a little younger. I was a golf nut, so I thought pool was pretty neat when I first got into it.
That was in your home state, or?
Yeah, that was in Southern California. I just I saw a guy draw the cue ball, and in golf, you can make a ball spin back, and I was like, whoa, how'd you do that? And he showed me, and here we are 25, 28 years later. Well, no, 30. I'm almost 52, so this is 32 years I've been playing. Yeah, I can't imagine being this good at 18. It seems just impossible.
Well, it's a whole new generation where they have a lot more available to them too, right?
That's
all
right.
the YouTube videos.
Yeah, that's right. YouTube's a huge thing. Yeah, you're right.
Took some speed off that time, hit it nice and squarely, 8-ball down.
He's got a
Chance on the 1.
You like kind of ducking off this 1, maybe behind the 6. I think he can.
Yeah, it's a high percentage save, so he definitely has to consider it. Yeah,
I'll tell you what, Eric. I might take a nick at this one. What do you think? Try to cut it in, let the cue ball go down to the other end, play the 2 in the side.
I mean, there's always value in staying at the table, right? But when you have these like
Yeah,
real high percentage safes, it's tough to lay off.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, that's thinner than I was thinking, yeah.
Taking a little time here, but I'm pretty sure the only safest cue ball behind the 6. I mean, there's a big wall of balls on the left side of the table. You could consider playing the 1 near there, but it's still like trying to freeze the cue ball. Oh, yeah, it's gonna play the 1.
I'm not sure. He looks like he's going for it. Well, you know what? He's going to tuck the 1 behind the 6, and the cue ball. Yeah, the cue ball would be in. Yeah, that's not a bad shot if it goes.
Well, I mean, if you're that confident to move the cue ball that far behind the 9, what a shot.
Wow.
That shows confidence there, I'll tell you what, because he could have just laid up on the 6, but he still played behind another ball. A lot more cue ball movement. Strong shot from Tate there.
I don't know about you. I haven't played enough of these events, but Marco's already got to be thinking like, wow, I'm going to a shootout. You know what I mean? You already start trying to picture the shootout in your head.
Yeah, so the original format was if you split the first 2 sets, you would go to a shootout automatically. They amended the format now where a 3rd set is played regardless, and if it goes hill-hill in the 3rd set, then they go to a shootout.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah. But that was the format for the first couple years.
Okay.
I think this is a good change.
Yeah, that's a good change. Yeah. He's got to get around this 2. Oh, no, 2 was huge.
Advantage Tate again.
Oh, yeah.
2's lying a little funny. He has ball in hand to manage the position here.
Yeah, you give these great players ball in hand, it's amazing what they can do. They usually figure something out. What do you like here, Eric? I mean, do you try to play the 2-6 combination?
I was going to ask you. I don't know.
Well,
yeah.
I mean...
Because there's such little room on the short side of the 2, right? Like you almost...
Yeah, he was considering playing the 2 in the side, but...
Would you ever run into the 6 and try to get the 2 in the right corner?
Well, I'll tell you what. Nudging, going off the 6 and nudging it to the rail, and then the cue ball. Yeah, but the 2's blocked. The 10's blocking the 2, so that's kind of...
But you can still play it up from the top right.
Yeah, I actually like playing the 2 in the side where he's standing. He's going for the combination, it looks like.
It's okay.
This is okay, yeah.
It's reasonably lined up.
Yeah, and the cue ball's going to come across and get position, so nothing wrong with this. He just has more courage than me. I was trying to figure out a way to get out without having to make a great shot.
Yeah, there's a lot of options there.
Nice shot.
It's good now. Rest of the rack looking pretty good.
You know, when I was coming up in pool and, going to the big pro events, I mean, there was just no such thing as some 17 or 18-year-old that could beat you. And just never.
Right.
And now there's 10 or 20 of them that you can get beat by.
Well, I remember a story from about 4 years ago. I can't remember the player's name. I apologize, but he was from some island in the Caribbean where like they don't play
They don't,
pool.
yeah.
I just know. And the kid won the World Junior Championship. I'm like, how is this
Wow.
possible? You're not even around
Yeah,
other good players.
yeah,
But it's because you're watching on YouTube. You're watching
Right.
all the instructional videos, and
right.
you know, obviously had access to tables,
But
but
that's
just kinda
still
learned on his
impressive.
own,
Yeah,
right?
that's still impressive.
It wasn't like that back in the day.
No.
You had to get out and play and get your seasoning in.
Well, just like this great production that Predator puts on, I mean, there was no such thing when I was learning pool. You got to see pool on ESPN once a year. It was horrible, and we still loved it. But this, every week, you can see up close. It's just fantastic.
He's got enough angle to avoid the 10 here. Good shot down the line of his fundamentals there. Stood up just slightly on the forward stroke, but he's definitely solid over the ball. Really good timing.
I'll tell you, this can go wrong right here. This is just thin enough to where you can't draw it up the rail that easy, or you have to really dig into this cue ball and you can miscue. If you go 2 rails here, you can scratch. I mean, yeah, that was a good little shot right there.
Yeah, he knew that. You're right. There was that kind of nip draw option, but that, you know, that can go wrong. So he just played out of it 2 rails, hit it nicely. So Joey Tate coming with a strong performance here so far, getting himself on the hill in the first set. He'll be breaking rack number 5. Positive signs here for Tate, coming in as the underdog. Well played so far.
Yeah, I'm impressed. He's played fantastic.
Who's your pick in the Banks tournament, John? That's going to be a...
Oh, man. You know, everybody in that bank's so unbelievable that it would be hard to pick. I guess I would go with Billy Thorpe. He's just got the momentum, and they all bank great though. Everybody in that could win it. That'll be interesting to watch.
Look for Justin Hall as a dark horse there.
Oh yeah, Justin rips them in there. Great. They're all such talented players. It wouldn't surprise me whoever wins it. The fans will get a real treat. It's fun to watch those guys when they play by the rail and they start being encouraged to go for 2, 3, 4 railers, and man, I think Mike DeLauder made 11 4-railers in a row once at the Derby practice, and yeah, I'm serious. I couldn't believe it. I kind of thought I was a little bit of a bank pool player for a minute, and then I heard that. It's like, ugh.
8 different tournaments, including this one, on offer for you this week. Would be a great week.
Amazing.
Great 10 days, actually. Crossed the rack a little bit there. Didn't get quite a solid connection with the 1.
9.
There, almost spun in, but no.
Doesn't it seem, Eric, like when you're down 3-1, though, this is the kind of start you get a real tough layout? I mean, Marco has to make an incredible out here.
Yeah, 6 is going to be the toughest ball for
Well,
her.
look at the 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, he could play the 2-9 combination. Okay.
Tricky, though, because the 2 is going to roll off towards the right pocket.
That's right.
Could consider drawing back between the kind of the 5-8 and shooting the 2 in the long pocket, but that's touchy.
Yeah, I would have to go for the combination and take my chances. Marco's bulked up a little bit. He's put on 20 pounds. Maybe he's bouncing at the bars on the weekend.
Yeah, he played the Jay Swanson Memorial Tournament over at Griff's. It happened to be a Monday and Tuesday tournament, kind of just a warm-up tournament for this Las Vegas Open, and all the male and female players playing here at the Rio this week. Pia Filler and Rublin Amit were in the tournament. Rublin Amit actually beat Marco in the tournament.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Hill. So she's playing well.
Yeah, the reason he's looking at this is because he knows that 2's going to move to his left, just like you said, and so he's trying to figure out a way to what speed he wants to play this.
Yeah, like where the 9's playing, it's almost like it's always going to hit the left side of the 9. It's
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah, when I first started playing pool, I'm thinking, what is he pondering? This is such a, I could make this. Yeah, always figures to get away from you. He's got a real easy. Now, you could go for this 2 in the side, but I think I'm ducking here.
I would. I don't, just because of the score line, I don't
Right.
mind going for it. But
Okay.
another underrated thing, since the pockets have become smaller, so have the sides become smaller. So
Yeah.
when you're shooting into a closed pocket like this.
Yeah, and the cue ball, I don't feel like it's really going the right. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, the safe.
Uh-oh. Look at this.
He's
Oh,
just
man.
okay. That likely would have been the set there.
Yup.
Yeah, if that ball went in. Think he can get wide enough if he starts going
Yeah.
near the left corner pocket as a start? Yeah, 2 rails, okay.
Yeah, I think 2 rails and he can hit this ball. It's a what we call a big ball. It's sitting down there by the pocket. I think he has to actually go 3 rails at it.
that was
Yeah.
my first intuition.
Yeah.
But
And with
2's there.
2's possibly there, but 3's kind of there as a backup plan.
What kind of speed do you like hitting these kids?
Well,
at?
the softer you hit it, the more it'll open up. If you're going to go for the 3 rail, commit to it. You could put some pace on it. Well, he tightened that up a little bit more than I thought. Wow, look at this
Way.
shot. Really, Joey?
No
And he's
way.
straight in the side. Okay. Joey's flashing gang signs over here. What a shot. Look at this.
Well, other than
I mean,
that elevated 2 ball in game 1, what a set he's playing.
Right.
Marco's feeling it now.
thinking, welcome to the Pro Tour.
Good shot.
Yeah, it was.
He's there now. A little bit of specific movement from the 6 to the 7. He's kind of playing kind of in the way of that track, but he can get an array of angles that'll play him over there. Just get close to the 5 here so you can really feel the position on the 6. Gonna have to cross over. Still okay.
What a highlight this would have to be for a young man to get up and play this great in front of the whole pool world. You're on television. I mean, this is, it doesn't get any bigger. What a dream to play like this in front of the whole pool world.
And no luck, too.
No, he's
playing
played
every shot
incredible, yeah.
properly.
Well, he has to make a nice shot here. Oh, he miscued. He might end up being okay here. Miscues by the pros happen a lot more than people think because they put so much English on the ball, they cue so low that it's a byproduct of the kind of RPMs they're going for.
100%.
I tell people when I'm trying to help them with their game, basically, if you don't miscue a couple of times today, I'll be disappointed.
100%. Oh, yeah, and they're so afraid of it. But, you're never going to get to the next level if you don't start hitting extremes.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, to those of you listening at home, when you practice, spin, spin, spin all you can. And after a while, you'll get, what a nice shot there under the pressure. Do not be afraid to get out on the edge of that ball. Now, this will be a pretty shot here. I think he might play this with like a 9 o'clock cue ball or a left English cue ball, go off the side of the 10, 2 rails out to the middle. You have to hit the 6 into the correct part of the pocket, just like that. Very nice.
Shot. 10's not going to block him. So, Marco's still alive in the first set here. Did you not think that Tate could have just followed the 5 across one?
I did think
Was
he
it a
was going to do
scratch?
that, but I know that, from my perspective, he can see down the barrel better, so I try not to question great players. but I got to admit, I really didn't see the draw come in there. He
was
caught
a
me
little
off
too
guard.
straight?
He caught me off guard with it. Yeah, it must have been a little straighter than we thought, but he might end up regretting that miscue, that's for sure. With Marco, you have to put him away. He's such a good player.
"128 players in this Las Vegas Men's Open. They'll be playing a double elimination format down to a single knockout final 32.
Yeah, that's a good format.
So both players will be pushing to advance here because it'll take 4 or 5 wins on the loser side to make it back to the final 32 if they lose in the first round. Three missed balls overall.
Wow, Joey's playing at an 895 clip. That's pretty impressive.
And just for background here, John Sousa, those numbers are usually relative to AccuStats numbers. This one's called this is called a pop performance.
Okay.
Percentage of geez, I should know the acronym here. I'll get it for next match, but it's a little bit harder than an AccuStats rating.
Oh, really?
So
Okay.
they're involving more stats
Right.
and more ways to make errors.
Okay.
So say
like
a 900 in this rating would be equivalent to maybe like a 930.
Oh, wow.
in
Okay.
AccuStats.
So shooting an 895 is incredible.
Right.
Yeah. And for being an embryo, that's really amazing.
Sure.
18 years old and playing just well above world class on the biggest stage. It's all you can ask for to start off a pool career.
Player overall performance, that's what it stands for. And if you're shooting well, you're popping.
Yeah, you're popping, all right.
Shooter broke from the middle on his first break, going over to the side rail here. Kind of player that'll favor power, no matter where he's breaking from. Big smash there. 7 ball down.
Boy, what a difference with the hand racket. You get such tough layouts.
I think he has enough of the one to cut it in. Have to see if he has the left edge here where he's able to play safe.
Yeah, you can tell by the facial expression. He's hooked. Not too happy with it. I like pushing here. I think you've got to just push over to the... Yeah, right about where he put his cue would work. Tell you what, though, Joey might just try to cut this in. You know, you get a young player, they don't even know what playing safe is. They want to go.
There.
Yeah, they want to shoot. Yeah, and if you make it, you come across twice and you're on the 2.
Yeah, position's reasonably natural.
Yep.
New cloth, you can use the long rail here to kind of help pocket it. Gonna have to hit it at some speed, so it's gonna have to be pretty well targeted.
Wow, what a shot.
And the rest of the rack's looking okay.
Yeah.
Second chance for Tate to close out the set here.
I would think when I'm playing every day, that one ball, I would be lucky on first try attempt to make it 2 out of 10 or something. I mean, that was like hitting he just hit a 2-iron to like 6 feet.
Give yourself a little more credit.
Well, I don't know,
but yeah,
it's
not like a 70%.
Oh, God.
Definitely. If there's any doubt in your mind, you're not making that
What a
ball.
great shot that was. Especially, again, under the circumstances. You know, you're not just at home hitting balls and
Exactly.
watching the news. I mean, this is the big time. You know, I always equate everything to golf because I just remember how nerve-wracking the first tee was. And in pool, I feel like every rack is like the first tee. You feel like that for the whole week. It's just unbelievable, the nerves and pressure. And I'm kind of a high-strung person, so when I get under pressure, I might feel the heat worse than, you know, somebody like Evan Lunda, who's real chill. He takes an hour and a half to watch 60 Minutes type of guy, you know what I mean?
Well, there's very few sports where it's all up to you.
Yeah, right.
You know, and like you could throw tennis in the mix, but tennis is more of an action sport, right? You're just
That's right.
reacting to what
Yes,
happens
that's right.
during the play. This is like
Yes,
cool in golf.
nothing happens until you move, and
Yeah.
it's just if your nerves are getting to you, you can really, really stink it up out there and play terrible. Joey has just impressed me.
Referee looking on, making sure all ball fouls here, making sure the 9's not going to be moved on that shot.
Now this is tougher than it looks here, right? His cue ball is going to go to the side rail and then go into the path of the 9. So he has to manipulate this cue ball a little bit with a little bit of right hand spin, so it opens up off this rail. Oh, what a shot! Oh, he killed that with inside. Nice shot.
And he's there. He's over the finish line in the first set. Great performance here. Just a random miscue, but other than that,
yeah, he's played
great
unbelievable.
set.
Well, I have a friend where I'm at named Tyrell Blowers, who's 20, and he plays incredible. He's about a 730 Fargo, and I honestly think that's low for him. And I couldn't imagine anybody 20 or under playing any better than this Tyrell, but this Joey Tate, wow, if he plays like this all the time, I mean, this kid might be hoisting the trophy a week from now.
Yeah, I've seen Tyrell's name around the
No,
tours
he can
lately.
play.
And
Oh, yeah.
He's been doing well.
Yeah, he's a great player.
He was over at the Swanson Memorial at Griff's this past couple
Well,
days
he's
as well.
and I know him and his family real well. He's a great kid. If I was going to have a son, I would want him to be just like this young man.
Nice.
He's really a good kid. He's gotten into dirt biking, so him and I are going to be going dual sporting this summer.
Cool.
He's going to take me to some of his hidden fishing spots up in the mountains.
So he's in Wyoming where you're at now?
Yeah, he's in a little town called Pavilion, Wyoming, and I'm down in Rock Springs, so I'm about 150 miles from him.
So what states would he travel to if he's trying to get into better action?
Oh,
home,
mercy.
like
He goes
Washington?
everywhere. He goes everywhere. In the dead of winter, he drives everywhere. It's unbelievable. Yeah, he goes Montana, Idaho, Colorado. He's all over the place.
Okay.
Wins. My goodness, he wins like 8 tournaments a month, it seems. Got a great family, Bob and May. They're just hardworking, blue-collar, great people. Support him. They've kind of adopted me, too, so, yeah, I'm proud to call them friends. Looks like the players took a little break here.
Yeah, they're allowed about a 5-minute break in between sets. But we'll stick with you. Las Vegas Men's Open is the only tournament going on today. Tomorrow is going to be the first one-pocket exhibition match with Tony Chohan and Francisco Bustamante.
Oh, that'll be great.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, Bustamante did well at the Swanson. I didn't see the final results, but he was in the winner's side final.
Yeah, he's a great player still, and that'll be fun to watch. That's 2 guys there that have about 100,000 racks of one pocket under their belts.
Sure.
They know what they're doing. Well, this is a little cliche, but I'd like to give a shout out real quick to some of my friends back home that I hope are listening. Kyle and Danny, Jason and Haley, Josh and Lori. Love and miss all you guys. Hope you're doing well. And it's a real honor for me to be here and be part of things with Predator. I haven't been out in public in about 2 years, so this is a lot of fun for me. Good to see you again, Eric. I haven't seen you in about 5 years, buddy, but you've always been one of my favorite people in the game.
I appreciate it, yeah.
Unless I'm playing you, then I hate you.
Did we ever really play?
No, I don't
besides
think.
bonus balls?
Luckily, I never have had to play. You're a great player. We call you Big Red for a reason. Yeah, I think bonus ball we might have played a match or something. Yeah.
If anybody's ever looking for a little trip as far as pool stuff, you might not even ever heard of it. It was defunct for about 10 years now, but it's a really interesting game. There's still footage on YouTube. You just put in bonus ball, billiards, or might have put a little pool hashtag in there as well, but it'll come up. It was a cool game.
Yeah, Yeah, team event too. My team was Mike Davis and Charlie Williams. I remember Warren Kiamko, Strickland, and Larry Neville. That was a super tough team. Even though they almost, they almost like quit every match.
Well,
but
Earl was
yeah,
at
I
the
mean,
height of his kind
yeah.
of, being
Oh.
himself around that time.
Oh yeah. Oh, Lunda's. I'll tell you something about this Evan Lunda. He's a great player, and he's a super respectful, win or lose, and but his table presence is very chill, very laid back. But man, can he really plays an unbelievable bank and one pocket player. And he's so good at those games, it overshadows his rotation. But he plays world-class rotation.
Right. Yeah, I think he's at about a 760 Fargo
Well,
as far as rotation.
I'll tell you real quick, Eric. I was traveling with Strickland back in 2009, and our first stop was in Detroit, and I had to play a race to 7 against Evan Lunda. So I'm supposed to be kissing babies and signing autographs. I'm doing the exhibition, right? Well, my cue didn't come on the point, so I borrow a house cue, and Evan beats me 7-0. And of course, Earl just loved that. He teased me for like the next 1,000 miles. And I said, Earl, that kid could play, man. I might not have beat him even if I had my cue. So that's how my exhibition trip started off. And it was pretty funny. But Evans became, I think he won a one pocket tournament last year. He won like 130,000 with all the, oh my goodness, unbelievable.
Yeah, he's in the banks. So
Oh,
in
yeah.
the banks challenge this week.
So here we go. A lot of pressure on Marco now. Has to win this set.
Yeah, going back to the middle. Just gonna go all in here. Try to keep Tate off the table. Nice hit.
Yeah, that was a good
The one
hit.
would have went, but the 5 got in the way, and he's left an opening for Tate here.
Yeah, the 1 connects to the 2. I've never been a fan of saying like, oh, this is an easy out, because there's no such thing. But this is about as good a start as you could hope for, because the 1 connects to the 2, kind of drips you to the 3. The 3 to the 4 transition is probably the most difficult.
Yeah, well, the thing about this rack that's kind of rare for 10 ball is that the middle of the table's open. Usually
Right.
10 ball, the middle of the table is more congested and just makes running out much tougher, but the middle of the table's open here, so. Just a little angle, fall through.
Yeah.
4-5.
Don't get too straight on this 3. Leave yourself some angle so you can bounce over for the 4, just like that. Oh, perfect. Now, I like really twisting this in with a lot of left-hand English, which makes the shot harder, obviously, but you will not miss position if you make the ball.
Yeah, running spin.
Right.
The cue ball running properly.
Yeah, nice shot.
It's good here.
Yeah.
As long as you can avoid the 9 going towards the 8 off the 7. Should be fine there.
I should just get this youngster to sign my case now, because he'll be on a Moscone Cup in a few years. From what I'm seeing here, I'm really impressed. I did not know he played this well.
I didn't either.
I mean, wow. I mean, he basically looks like Joshua Filler up there. He's just running out from everywhere.
I agree, and it's one thing to run a rack, but it's just the way that he's doing
yeah.
it, right? It's clinical, It's
And he's doing it against a fire-breathing dragon on television in the biggest tournament in the world. That's really impressive. It's different when you're playing a match where you're a big favorite, nobody's watching, but this is something right here.
Still has angle going to the left here. Bit of left spin, help the cue ball run down.
It's always fun to call back home after you lose a match like this to a youngster, and hey, what happened? Well, a 5th grader just beat me. Yeah. And you're walking around with your sponsor patches like you're a big deal, and some kid that's still in like middle school just drilled you. He's got a legitimate chance to win this whole match. Unbelievable. Great performance. It's good. It's as good a pool as I've ever seen by an American player this age.
Agree.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't think of anybody to play like this that's this young.
Adrian Prasad's a really promising junior.
Right.
from
Oh yeah.
California.
Oh he beat me to death in a tournament a couple years ago. Put me on notice. I was blown away. But yeah, it's nice to see all these young players really taking the sport seriously, trying to become a professional player. And I think Predator has lifted the sport to a position to where that's a viable idea when it used to be considered ridiculous. I mean, Fedor Gorsa, I think, won like 500,000 last year playing pool.
He did.
And so now you don't have to be the #1 player in the world to make a decent living. When back in the day, the #1 player in the world might make 40,000. So it's times are changing. I think it's great.
And the industry's doing well too.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah, we need everybody to do well. Us players, I want to see Predator sell 1 million tables and cues, and they want to see me make a living. And everybody is doing well. It's nice
Pool
to
rooms
see.
are doing
Yeah,
well. You know, when you walk in a pool room now, they're
just packed.
two or three times as busy as I remember it 10 years ago.
Yeah. Boy, those lights are fantastic. They weigh nothing. I've played back 20 years ago. I remember a light almost came down and killed me one time. It was homemade. It weighed like 100 pounds. These lights are just amazing. The amount of light they put off, and they weigh nothing. Kudos to the inventor.
Yeah, it's interesting how technology's
Mm-hmm.
kind of evolved the game as well. Carbon shafts.
Yeah, well, the chalk. I mean, I haven't had a skid playing pool in like 4 years. It's amazing with the Predator Pure Chalk.
Not hitting at full speed, but getting decent results. Is he on the one here, John?
Yeah, I think so. With new cloth, it takes quite a bit to get the cue ball to release out of that corner and get on the 2. But I'm not saying Marco took him light, but I promise you, I was guilty of it too, thinking, well, it's a youngster, he'll be nervous, he'll miss balls. I guarantee Marco is thinking like, what is going on here?
Sure. And you know, it's funny, when you come in as the underdog and you actually kind of put the other player back on their heels,
Oh.
like they're like, whoa, you know?
Yeah.
It's hard to do.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he's doing right now.
Yeah, well, he's not just winning, which sometimes the balls will just let you win ugly. He is playing like just, you know, the #1 player on earth. And I'm blown away watching this.
Some work to do to get properly on the 4 here. Just thinking about what kind of angle he wants on the 3. Cue ball's going to play around 2 rails. Is he going to try to break it out here?
I'll tell you what, that wouldn't be crazy to go 2 rails here with bottom right English and try to clip the 4. Oh, this could
Better
work
not
too.
hit it at that speed. He didn't. It goes in the top left. He has the angle to get the cue ball in that area.
You know, I like that, Eric, and I also wouldn't be against just drawing right at the 10 here.
Does it pass the 7? I guess it does.
Oh,
you're
well, if
looking at
that's the
that
case,
angle.
then do that. Yeah, sure.
Marcos,
Oh, yeah,
what's going
he's,
on here?
man.
Cue ball's kind of tracking behind the 7.
right.
He can go to the short rail and maybe
Yeah,
extend
stun
that
up.
track a little bit. Just stun it over.
Wow, he hit it with inside English. That took guts. Nice shot.
Those shots are underrated
Oh.
when the cue ball is close to the object ball like that.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and you're really trying to get good quality follow out of the ball. You really got to time the ball well.
Now, this is tough. Whenever you're frozen to the rail like this, anything's missable. This is a big shot right here, and he knows it. Yeah, that's a super difficult shot. Much harder than it looks. Oh, and that's the momentum shift
stay up
Marco
there.
really needed. Yep.
So really, first kind of open table mistake from Tate there. Marco's very likely to see what happens.
Yeah, such a hard little shot when you're near the rail.
Yeah, if there's anything, he stands up just slightly on the forward stroke. I mean, he might have knew he missed that one, so he came up a little more.
That's right.
But ever so slightly.
Just
and
yeah.
And it
well,
just
you know,
looked like
you know
a
who
little
else
more
did that and was one of the best players? One was Danny Medina.
Okay.
Kind of before your time, maybe.
I've seen him
oh,
play.
you've seen him play, right? Remember, he used to kind of raise up. Interesting.
Freewheeler.
Oh yeah. Oh, he could play one.
Yeah. He came to my hometown one time, like 120 player tournament. I think he got like third.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, in the 80s was really his prime. Like in the 80s, somebody go to Denver, Colorado, you could win the whole city if you could beat him.
Sure. But not many people did.
No, not many people did. He was actually attacked here in Vegas. If I remember right, he was killed here in Vegas by a guy who came up from behind with a hammer or something. It was awful.
Oh, wow.
And yeah,
I knew
and
he
he was
died.
only like 55, 60 years old. It was terrible.
I knew he died at an early age. I didn't know that was how.
Yeah,
Wow.
and it was here in Vegas. I'm almost certain, and it was just I've known Danny a long time, so it was terrible.
Both about 50-50 on the break success. So kind of even there.
Yeah, you know, if I can sign up for a pro event and know that I'm only going to miss 1 or 2 balls, I'd be pretty happy. Joey has played great, and you know, when I first started playing the big tournaments, I kind of had this vision in my head that you never could miss a ball and win matches, and I found quickly that as long as you made the balls you're supposed to make, you could defend yourself.
Sure.
Now that one that he just missed there, I wouldn't call that a ball you're supposed to make.
Not
Nobody
all
is
the time.
supposed to make that one.
Yeah. And it's about
Yeah,
recovering from
right,
it too,
right.
Like not letting it snowball.
That's
I mean,
right.
Everybody misses.
Oh, sure.
How many years were you on tour before you won a major?
Well, I won the Reno Open on my 3rd pro event I played in, but I was
you?
30 years old, so I'd been on the road for years playing the best players in the world. So I really was a rookie that wasn't a rookie type
Sure.
of thing.
That's how it was
Yeah,
back.
yeah. Yeah, I lived in a motorhome from the time I was 25 to 30 traveling. And, you know, I'd see the guys winning the big tournaments, and I just played them in a headset. So I knew once I joined the tournaments, I could probably defend myself. Nowadays, they go, what's your Fargo?
Yeah.
What are you spotting me? Okay, so I don't believe he can pocket the one on the side. Oh, maybe. Oh, nice shot. Nice shot.
Cut the one a little bit there
Yeah.
to avoid the 8. Made the safe a little tougher, but he did well. Might have left the short rail. If he did, take and try to stick the cue ball behind the 3. Yeah, that's what he's looking at now.
Oh, yeah, he can go in between the 8-10 possibly.
Well, he's going to swerve it, though. It's a little tougher to stick the cue
Yeah,
ball
this
there.
is tough.
Slow speed. Go for the no rail.
Yeah,
That one.
good shot.
I think Marco's got to go here.
Well, you know, this combination, although difficult, we call this 5 ball's a big ball because it's off the rail like 1/8 of an inch. You'd be surprised how often you can trip these combos in.
Yeah, way easier
Yeah.
than it being like
If it was frozen, you wouldn't
obviously,
even shoot
or
it, yeah.
Even closer than that. It's just kind of a comfortable distance off the rail there.
And I think he'll go for this. Oh, he hit it good. What a shot. Oh, the one dripped to the end rail. Yeah, that happens quite often. What do you like here?
If there's enough room between the 1 and the corner pocket, I don't mind spinning the cue ball with heavy right and kind of favoring getting towards that 4-8-10 stack. 2-8-10.
Yeah, I like that. Just create distance. Bump the 1 over to the left a couple feet and come way back down here.
You got to spin it a lot. So the cue ball's kind of on the wrong side of the 1 for that shot. You'd rather be like more straight on. What else?
Well, I'll tell you, Eric, I wouldn't be against just clipping, you know, coming off the right side of this 1 thin and putting the cue ball down underneath the 4. Just move the 1 over to your left like 1.5 feet. Try not to over-engineer this, you know. Yeah, you might even come down under the 3. Oh, he's going off the left side of this.
There's 3 rails behind the 4, but I don't like the 4. That is really defensive, John.
Yeah,
I don't know, especially when you're stuck a set.
Yeah, I'm not.
I understand.
I don't blame him. Yeah, sometimes you're just like, don't do something cute. Just hit the ball. But at the pro level, You've really got to try to hook your opponent as much as possible.
In snooker, they call that a negative shot. It's like, you know, you're not giving yourself a chance to advance in the rack. Only negative things can come out of it, kind of.
Well, not only that, I feel like you're trading a long for a side, and you're going to give him a side for a long. So he's going to end up putting you 9 feet away from the net, you know, and it's just going to lead to trouble.
And he actually got away with it. Where he still has a chance to
That's
save
right.
back here, but that was a high percentage save from tape there. Just came up.
I think Joey was trying to come down under the 2, obviously,
He was,
just a
yeah.
little short. But now what I liked here is I just hit this with middle right English and bank the 1 towards the 3. The cue ball kind of goes into the 7, the 9. Yeah, like just like that. He almost got the double kiss.
There's room to pocket the 1 here. I feel like he could beat the scratch in the short rail. Have to get a second
Yeah,
look.
as good as he's played, he might as well just go for it. I mean, he's feeling it. You couldn't put a gun on me to shoot this, though. I'm a coward.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
actually into
Oh, and
the
he-
scratch on the, if he plays
Right.
the right corners, he's going left here.
You got to be kidding me.
Nice shot.
I mean, yeah, that's like a 1 in. That's like a 1 in 15 to jack up and spin that in. Unreal.
7's in a similar spot than
It-
it was in the first set.
That's right. Well, he's playing this in the corner. Now this takes guts. Instead of shooting the side, this play. Okay,
I
Nice
agree. I
shot.
would favor the side bet
right.
personally.
That was courageous.
One rail back to the 8 or heavy left? 2 rails?
Yeah, I like the heavy left if I get thin enough on the 7. You know, you'll kind of decide that once you play this 4, but the 8 to the 9 is going to be interesting.
Yeah, again here, just get close to the 7
right.
so you can feel the pocketing.
That's right. Eric makes a very good point there. Getting close to the next ball really solves a lot of problems.
It's 1 rail. I think he's a little too thin for 2 rails, but
Mhm.
last time we were kind of worried about hitting the 9. I don't think he will hit the 9 this time. He's thin enough.
Oh, he is going into the 9. Oh, he missed it. Wow, how did he? Uh-oh, uh-oh. Well, now it gets interesting. Boy, he has to make a great shot right here.
3 or 4 rails around.
Yeah, and the
Blind pocket.
10's huge. The scratch is huge. The miss is huge. This is super tough. Other than that, it's a piece of cake.
Can kind of run at natural speed. He doesn't have to overhit
No,
the speed.
no.
But
If-
it's so tricky.
if
It's such a blind pocket.
Yeah, if you can make this, I mean, this is really like a straight pull break shot. I've seen a couple of these. If you can make this and avoid the 10, but man, he's got to avoid the 10 and the scratch. What a shot. It's going to hit the 10 right in the mouth. Ah, little unfortunate.
Cuts there, but it's tough.
Boy, what do you do here, Big Red? Do you
I think
you know,
cut it in. I think it's new cloth.
if you can cut it in, absolutely. I think the coward in me, I think I hit this with middle right and I drive the 9 ball down past the 10 just on the right side of it and leave the cue ball up there. Oh, well, that's
Like,
not
you're gonna
bad.
Get behind the 10.
No, you're not going to get behind the 10. Boy, what do you do here?
Banks are open.
Yeah.
think
Sometimes
you have to go.
you
You
kind
check
of,
the set.
yeah. You get in a spot like this, you might as well shoot the bank because the safety's not easy. Well, he's playing a 9 there.
Yeah, I kind of like the other corner
Well, yeah.
because the cue ball is going to have too much energy here.
Well, you
coming
know,
up to
you
rail.
know what he's doing. This is kind of interesting. Even though the cue ball's moving into the path, he's going to put the cue ball down Oh, I see what he did. He's playing it behind the 10. Well, that was
Got
pretty
two-way
crafty.
and
Yeah, that's
blocker,
pretty,
and
look
it
at
came
this.
up.
He
Smart
hit it
shot.
great. Oh, what a shot.
Rail first option here, but the cue ball's playing towards the right corner pocket.
Mhm.
I think if anything, it'll go a little thin into the short rail.
Marco got a little unfortunate that the rail first is playable, but
Big shot for Joey
oh,
here.
huge
It's
shot.
possible.
Right in the heart.
Didn't hit
Nice
it with
shot.
more
Boy,
speed.
now,
Big
now what?
tester.
You got to try to play this in the side and just, I don't know. I think the best players in the world might make this half the time. Such a hard shot. God, I hate that shot. That's one of the most common missed shots playing straight pull is frozen to a rail, cutting the ball kind of in the side, you know. And no, I mean, I wouldn't get down on yourself there, Joey. That's everybody misses those. It's just part of pool. You're going to miss another 4,000 of those in your career.
Yeah, I'd be thinking more about just hitting a position from the 9 to the 10 harder. So he
Right,
didn't leave
right.
himself that.
Oh, nice
Might have
shot.
been worried the cue
Yes.
ball's going to kind of carry him off the 9 more
Well,
towards the corner.
You make a great point there, because something that I've always tried to not do is I don't want to make a really good shot to not, I mean, if you're going to make a good shot, make a really good shot and then solve all your problems.
Sure.
You hate to have to make two fantastic shots in a row. And that's something that I think that comes up next time for Joey. He might go, hey, let's hit this rail first a little harder, try to get more near the 10, you know. But it's easy for me to say. I don't miss anything from back here on the microphone.
Well, the equation there is like, are you going to miss the first ball more if you hit it harder?
Right. Yeah. Well,
Maybe
you
a
a little,
little,
but you
but
won't
not
have that
enough.
brutal shot in the side, right?
There hasn't been many safes.
No,
Look at the
no.
safety efficiency. Tucher's on 0.
No, they've both played great.
That was in the first set. He's had to shoot a couple safes in the second set here. Back to the middle for Marco. Last break he hit real solid. He had the 1 coming straight back to the corner pocket to the right of him.
Yeah, I've practiced with Marco with the magic rack, and he breaks great. He just, yeah, I mean, with the magic rack, he's deadly. And the 1's covered.
Blocked the 1. That's the left edge of it. Can try to use the 7 as a blocker here. Kind of cross the 1 and get the 7 in between the 1 and the cue ball.
Oh, maybe he can pocket this one. I thought it was covered. Boy, it carries shape to the 2 also. Oh, no, he was hooked. Okay.
Yeah, no matter what, the cue ball was kind of going too far to the left there where he couldn't get
Right.
behind the 7.
Well, we might get a chance to see a really cool stroke here. Yeah, he's going to have to power draw. He's considered power drawing with bottom right, drawing 3 rails. But there's a ball in the path. He's too smart of a player to just shoot show-off shots. He looks like he's going for the big stroke. Yeah, the 7's huge, the 8's huge. Man, this would be a fantastic shot to rip this in, miss the 8-7, and get on the 2.
350-yard drive.
Yeah,
to a
yeah,
par
basically,
5.
that's exactly what it is. It's like, I mean, honestly, I think harder than that, because those guys can get up and do that all day, every day. This is like, yeah, this is an amazing shot. Boy, he's painted himself into a bad spot now. And the problem with this is now you figure to break out that 9-5. I like kicking at this maybe real soft, you think, so you
Yeah.
don't disturb the balls too
Yeah,
much?
it could break it out, but it also could serve as a blocker.
I'll tell you another thing, though. That 9 looks wired off the side of that 5 cross side. I might play this with pace and call the 9 in that side.
Creative.
I mean, sometimes they're just wired up. Nice shot. That's all you could do sometimes.
Worst case result there.
Yeah.
So Tate with a chance to get level the score in the second set and get back in it after a couple half mistakes so far.
Yeah, that miscue cost him pretty good, and then that tough shot off the rail. But boy, he's played great overall. I'm super proud of him. He's got to be thrilled with his performance. Marcos played great too, but just not a lot of opportunities. Good shot there. When I'm dogging it, that shot there is very easy to just let up and not draw it enough and just run into the 3. He dug into that pretty nice. Good shot.
Little straight here, but he can
Yeah.
still develop angle going back up table.
So many ways to play this one. I kind of like coming straight up and playing the 5 in the corner on new cloth. You see how it didn't want to let go? Now, if the cloth is broken in, it's easy to get on the 5 on the side. He pulled it off.
Yeah, the rails just kind of play softer
Right,
with
right.
the brand new
Yeah,
cloth.
which is good and it's easier, but you better be used to it and better.
Especially when the cue ball's kind of going like 90 degrees into
Right.
the rail. If you're going on more of a 45 into the rail, it doesn't matter as much.
Oh, get out of there. Okay. Well,
Big draw stroke.
this will
coming
be
here
cool
from
looking,
Tate.
yeah. Do you like coming off the side rail, overcutting the 6 to the left side of the pocket, or just a full hit and draw straight back?
I'm gonna hit it half ball.
Okay, yeah. Let the rail help you.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, that was pretty. Well, you could play it either way. He hit it. Did he overrun a little bit? Just a
Pretty
little.
good.
That was a heck of a shot.
Yeah, he did overrun a bit.
Now this shot here, you know, you want to hit this with a middle right cue ball. This is just a lot harder than it looks.
Oh, biggest issue
Yeah.
is the cue ball's tracking
Right.
towards the side. I think you have to stun past the side, but the
Well,
cue ball's kind of playing into the 9.
I would play this with a high right cue ball, go to the side rail, and then play the 8 into the same pocket. But you know, he's got to do what he feels is right at the moment. He might be going like around the table. Oh,
he was
wow!
okay. It was-
Wow,
it was
what a
thin in the
nice
strike.
shot!
Nice shot.
Yeah, that was great.
Thought he was a lot closer.
I think that was even harder to do than. Oh yeah, he was thin. Yeah, I don't believe my option was available. Nice shot, Joey.
But again, you know, playing great shots.
Yeah.
Is
Oh, yeah.
Impressive stuff.
Oh yeah.
Gonna be breaking in rack number 5. Be a great time to pull out our break and run. Break and runs have kind of been at a premium so far in the first
Oh,
two sets.
yeah. Yeah, when you're hand racking to make a ball and get a shot on the 1, you can go days without getting a shot. It's just nothing like using the template.
Yeah, we saw Lechner in the first match on this TV table. He ran 2 in a row, but you're not going to see that
Oh,
very
no.
often.
That could be the high run of the event.
Yeah. Over the course of the whole,
Yeah.
so people, it's a winner breaks in a short race format, but over the course of the whole Pro Billiards series, imagine hundreds and hundreds of matches played. Only 2 players have ever run the whole set out, even in a race to 4.
Wow. Yeah. And you'd think, oh, they run 4 racks in a row all the time, every day.
No.
No. This little Joey Tate can freaking dab it. I'm impressed.
They're from the Carolinas.
Oh, okay.
Always been a hotbed of pool down there on the southeast coast.
Those Arcos balls play so good. I've played a lot of pool with these pool balls, and I don't know if they're made different or what, but they just play great. I love the cue ball. It's my favorite set of pool balls, and I've had a few that, you know, I mean, obviously the old Centennial sets are great and stuff, but Predator really has got it down to a science with the tables, cloth, chalk, balls, all the cues. It's just, I'm thrilled to be able to represent them, and I really wish my career could have started with equipment this good back 25, 30 years ago, because I've switched over the years. It'd have been so much simpler to just start with my P3 at 18 years old, you know.
What was your first?
Oh, I mean, it was like a tree branch with a, I mean, it was a, you know, like a McDermott with a Bob Hunter shot. And back then, that's what we played with. You played with a tree branch, you know.
Deflects two
Yeah, oh,
balls
deflected.
over.
It deflected like a van. I mean, it was a joke, yeah.
Nothing for Tate there. Marco's right on the one.
Yeah. Those balls really didn't react like he was. Oh, the 4 came close. Yeah, this is this will be a pretty shot. He has to hit the 1 real full. If you cut it too much, the cue ball won't track right. It'll kind of do that to you. Yep. You almost have to risk missing the 1 by hitting it super full, so the cue ball will move straight through. And he's human, of course, so he's gonna have that happen. But yeah, big trouble.
Can play the cue ball behind the 9. If
Right.
He wants to lay off.
That's exactly right, Eric. Just nick this 2 down to the back rail and go 2 rails down behind the 9-10. It's kind of a little 1 pocket shot here.
He's looking at cutting it in.
Oh.
What's he looking on that angle for? Wow, this is aggressive.
Well, he figures the 4 is blocking the scratch on the other side, I guess. I mean, man, I'm surprised he's shooting at this. The problem with these, when you miss them, they just hang right over the hole for your opponent. Wow, what a shot, man. Well, there's a reason he's a world 10 ball. I mean, that's gutsy.
Is the cue ball running into the 10 here?
Boy, that took guts to shoot that with a 2-2 scoreline. I'm thinking you just have to try to pound this in with follow, hit every pull ball, and hope for the best.
Might be able to swing to the right of it with a bit of right. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I didn't see him being able. Look at this shot. Look at this trick shot Mike Massey just pulled off.
2 balls down.
And a shot.
4 balls moving and straight in on the 5.
Yep.
Draw that one up.
Yeah, that was awesome. Well, and that was something, you know, the pro players, the great players, they have that kind of innate sense from experience of what to do in certain situations. And he knew his best percentage was to just pound that in and hope for the best.
It's an educated gamble,
yes,
right?
it was an educated. Well, all your shots in pool are really educated guesses. And a guy like Marco just has so much experience that he's going to make the right call.
Well, and did it under a 30-second
Yeah,
shot clock, too.
yeah.
You know, it's
Oh,
one
yeah.
thing to make that call if you're standing there.
Oh, tough shot.
7 got him.
Yep, the 7 being treetop made that shot so much more difficult.
Well, advantage Tate in the whole match now.
Yes, that was a huge miss. And it's a testament to how hard pool is. Here's a guy that's dedicated his entire life to playing pool. And if you didn't know any better, you'd go, how could you miss that?
Yeah.
That's easy. Well, it's not an easy shot at all. To the fans at home, if you're not a very experienced player, anytime you see these great players with their cue elevated up in the air, much more difficult.
Well, and part of it, too, is that Joey's put a lot of pressure
Right,
on him, right?
right.
You know?
Joey's earned that. Joey's played so good, because if Marco was up a set and up 3-0, that shot looked like a hanger. That's right. That's a good point. Nice shot there.
Perfect control on the cue ball.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe a little short, but did well to avoid all the balls coming back.
Well,
It's fine for the rail.
if Joey's parents are in the crowd, they have got to be so proud, because they know how much work he's put in, and time and travel and the cost and the family support, and to see it all come together like this has got to be just a total elation for the family. It's so much harder to play this good than people realize that haven't been out there competing.
some good sponsors going.
Yeah,
there.
sure.
6 sponsors on the front of his shirt there. Nice hit.
Nice stroke. Uh-oh, the 9's huge. Look at this.
No, not the
Nah,
perfect speed beating
that's
the 9.
just unlucky. That's a little unlucky because you couldn't do that if you tried.
Well, he kind of had to get near the 9 regardless, and to end up right behind him. He's not done yet, though. 2 rails here, right, John?
Yeah. Yeah, because then your cue ball might run safe.
But do you go all in, or do you hit it with more speed where it's going to be more
Yeah, I
speed?
put a little more speed on it and say a prayer. I mean, you're just going to do well to hit this ball. Good shot, really. I mean, for the circumstances.
Well, he's going to have to go up and down.
Yeah, because if you drip this 8-in real soft, you risk missing it. This is not easy because Marco has to pound this in and then have the cue ball travel 15 feet.
And the top is going to kind of overrun off the rail, too.
That's exactly right. That's exact. Sometimes you need to elevate on this a little and hit more center ball to get the cue ball to react right. This is not as easy as it looks. Yeah, the cue ball did exactly what we said it might. It kind of arced and held on him. Now make sure you overcut this 9 and put the cue ball down behind the 10. Yeah, Joey's still in an okay spot here.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny how hard pull is? That 8 was an inch from the hole, and he's still in trouble. Yeah. Yeah. What a shot. My goodness.
Very
Under the
nice.
pressure.
He's good.
Yeah, these world-class players, they just, nothing scares them. That was a heck of a shot. Not out of the woods yet either. I've missed a million of these. You better bear down here. You like playing this with a middle right cue ball and letting the cue ball kind of go? Oh, he's rolling it with a high ball. Okay.
Don't mind it.
Yeah, I like that's probably simpler. Yeah. What a nice out there.
Wow. Unfortunate roll for Tate
Yeah.
behind the 9 ball there, coming towards the 8.
Yeah, he'll remember that because that really changed the momentum.
Marco's been reasonably successful on the break. It's definitely not a power issue for him. He's hitting them hard. Switched it up. He's gone more predominantly from the middle, but he has tried the side rail a couple times. It just depends how you're feeling.
Yeah,
I mean, you
yeah.
can make arguments either way, right?
Yeah. Well, after watching like Shane break with hand racking, we all thought like, I remember Corey Deuel called me 20 years ago. He goes, I'm going to play this Shane Van Boning and race to 100. And I watched video of Shane practice, and I called Corey. I said, abort. Abort. You cannot win.
Did he play?
He played, and somehow Corey won 70 games. I would have won about 12. I said, Corey, have you seen this guy break? You have no chance. And I don't know how Corey got the 70. And then like 20 other dummies got up and tried to play Shane even, and they all just donated, 10,000. I mean, Shane really figured out that break with the hand rack, and he almost broke like he was using a template. He broke so good.
Right. It's a little different when you're racking your own.
Yeah,
too,
yeah,
obviously,
that's
right?
true, yeah.
So the refs are racking. They're
Yeah,
doing their best.
yeah,
but
right. I remember Corey plays the match, and Corey does like this little soft break. I'm going to play I'm like, well, that's adorable. I mean, he's playing this little 5-mile-an-hour break, playing the ball on the side. And it's like, I don't know how he won 70 games. I mean, that was a testament to Corey's skill. He plays so good that he managed to win 70 games. But yeah.
Well, the only player to beat Shane in a long race has been Dennis Ricola.
Okay.
But he's.
I thought that the tall Chinese player did.
You're right.
Once.
He did beat him to 61.
To 60? Okay,
and
yeah.
then Shane beat him to a higher number.
Yeah.
He played for a longer race.
Yeah. It's funny. I watched 20 guys get up and play Shane that had no chance, and I'm thinking, Why don't the same 20 play me like a 1,000-point game of straight pool and have no chance? Where's my 100,000 for free, you know?
You ever played a big straight
I
pool
mean, I
challenge?
played Alex Pegalion in 03, some 300-point games, and I don't have time to tell the story, but I lost one of the games 300 to 298, and I needed 30, and I hung a ball, and so I was up $4 grand, and we ended up breaking even instead of me being up $8 grand, and it was pretty intense, yeah.
Is that the Derby?
Yeah, that was at the Derby. I won a 200-point game a couple games, and then we played a 300-point game and doubled all the money, and I lost 300 to 298. The whole place it was pretty
I
wild.
remember.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you might have.
I don't know if I
Been
was
there,
there, but I
yeah.
remember that story.
Yeah.
I was probably.
Was he going for this? Oh, what a shot! Whack. Billy Thorped it right in there.
Close for the 2 pass in the 8. Bit of a head shake, so I'm feeling he might not. He can stick the cue ball on the 9 here, and the 2's kind of playing into the 5.
Yeah.
I mean, get crazy and call the 10. Might as well.
Would you consider dripping off the 2 and going down behind the 7?
I don't mind just trying to stop.
Th-
But the 2 might come.
I was gonna say, won't the 2 just hit? Oh, it goes. It had room.
Okay.
It had room. Tough shot, but it did have room.
Surprising. I mean, I never fault anyone for taking more time, but if the ball went, you would think he'd just go.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost like he thought himself out of it a little bit.
Well,
He's right there.
I think the 8 impeded the pocket just a smidge.
Maybe.
I don't think he had a full pocket, so that shot probably was terrifying looking.
Right.
Joey might go for this combination. Yeah, I think you got to play this 2-3. Perfect.
Nice control on the
What
2 there.
a shot.
5's going to be the next obstacle. I think it has room
Yep.
past the 10. He's checking on that right now.
Yeah, I've made the mistake sometimes of like not looking, and then you get down there and go, oh, it doesn't go. I thought it went. You feel so stupid. It's going to be hard to get this cue ball out away from this rail, though, off this 2, I think. Oh, no, he's got a little angle. He can come off. Okay.
Wants to be pretty straight on this 4. He's got a little too much angle.
Whoa, what's he going to do here, Eric? This is...
He's going to have to play into the combo
Wow,
now.
he's going to play shape to the combination. Oof. Pretty good shot there. Because if you get out of line, now you can't see down the combination line. That was a nice shot.
5's going to move to the left off the 7, but it'll hang out pretty close to the
Yeah,
corner.
yeah, I
Should be
think
okay.
so. I don't know about you, but when I sight these, I try to use like the back of the pocket, a certain part of the pocket. I'm aiming the 5 ball to. Wow, what a shot.
I agree. So
yeah.
that one I would have viewed as if I overcut it a little bit,
Mhm.
the 5 will play into the proper part of the 7.
Now, you know what I've been guilty of in a spot like this is getting cute with this and underdrawing it and getting hooked by the 9 and 8. Just get your cue ball out there and make sure you're out away from those 2. You know, short is dead here, so just get out long and be okay.
Yeah, that's where he's looking.
And with the extension on the back of his cue, it's very easy to underdraw this because the cue just doesn't move like you think it's gonna. It's exactly
Okay.
what I've done right there, that kind of stuff. He got away with it, but
Just barely.
yeah.
Natural angle with the cue ball is playing kind of funny here, but he can play like a soft draw, stunish,
Yes.
down to the short rail.
Now, this is personal preference. I like playing this with kind of a middle right ball and going side rail, in rail, straighten up because it works real nice on slidey cloth. Like,
I didn't mind
oh
it.
no, well, that's fine too. That wasn't. Wow, that worked out though.
Gonna have to go around here.
Now, if I could hold this, if I can go to the side rail here with high inside and hold it, and then go around the 10 off the 9, that's what I would do. But I can't tell if he hit. Well,
It's just thick enough that he can
oh,
cinch it.
nice,
It's a good
nice,
shot.
nice.
So looking at Hill in the second set here. This would be a big win for Tate.
Huge. Yeah, he overcut it just a little bit. That's how hard pool is right there. That's why none of us have mastered the guy. I've been playing 3 decades and I can miss that ball. It's just a hard game. But when he gets a little bit more experience, it's weird. That's a pressure thing there, obviously, because he's not going to miss that under most circumstances. But it's also a testament to how hard the game is. Now that could deject him at his age to where, you know, certain personality types like myself, I mean, I might just go on tilt and just completely throw away the whole match from there. We'll see how he does if he can keep his chin up here on the next set.
Well, we got a match now. 1 set apiece, going to the 3rd and deciding set. I expect both players to take a short break here. The ref was the ref saying something about you already took a break, so you can't take another one? Is that right? Looks like they're okay. So they're going to take a short break here. We'll stay with you.
Boy, I'll tell you, that changed things. Marco would have been hill for his life there. You know, I know what everybody's probably thinking at home. Now Joey has no chance, and the top pro is going to take control. But Joey has to be proud of the way he's played so far, or he wouldn't even have won a set.
Definitely, and the timing of it is okay too.
Right,
you know,
right.
Like he can actually take a break now. It's not like, you know, he was up 8-7 and he dogged the ball, and now it's 8-all. You know, he's got time to regroup. So.
Yeah. But you know, think about how many professional golfers on live television you've seen miss putts that are like 2 foot long, right? Guy misses a 9-ball. I mean, you're gonna do that sometimes. That 9-ball was what we would call easy or makeable, but I've missed them. I've seen Joshua Filler miss them, so it just depends on how he handles it. He's gonna go give himself a pep talk and keep fighting.
Safety efficiency is pretty low. I'm kind of look at.
Yeah, that's
Marco's
interesting.
down near 30%. And Tate's below 50%. Very low for professional players.
Yeah.
Break success about average. Joey at 50%. Marco below 50.
Well, I find interesting that table time stat. Joey has way more table time.
Yeah.
I think, right? Total.
Kind of dominated the first set a little more.
Yeah,
so
right.
Just kind of stacked up his table time in that set.
Missed balls, not too many misses. And again, with these 10-ball layouts, tight pockets, you're going to miss some balls because you're not getting these little tiddlywink easy layouts. Yeah, I think the standard's been fantastic by both of them.
Going to have 2 more rounds for you today at 5:30 and 7:30 Pacific time. It's going to be all action from the men's Las Vegas Open on day 1. Day 2, we're going to start getting into some of the other tournaments, mainly the one pocket exhibition between Francisco Basmane and Tony Chohan.
Oh, that starts today?
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Fantastic. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I learned something every time I watch Tony and Bustamante play. They shoot shots that really make you scratch your head and go, that's usable.
Say I've played like 200 hours of one pocket,
Oh.
and say I'm whatever Fargo I am, like
Okay.
an average pro.
Okay.
What do you think I would need from someone like Tony?
It depends. That really depends on the table conditions. Like, for example,
Say it's on a standard 4.5.
a standard diamond, everything's playing right. I mean, you're a great player, so if you've played 200 hours of one pocket, you probably have a pretty damn good idea of how to play the game. Now, if you'd only played 10 hours, I mean, you're going to need like 10-6 or something, and you probably couldn't win. But I would think you could win with 10-7 because you
Really?
have such good pool skills.
it'd
You know how
be
to
more.
bank it. Well, maybe, but you have to be a hell of a player to play Tony Chohan with 10-7.
Right.
You know, I mean. But if you've played 200 hours of it, then you got a pretty, and like I say with YouTube,
That's
I mean,
the thing, I
back
haven't watched much. I'm playing on
right.
intuition, and I'm playing
Yeah,
decent players,
yeah.
but never great players.
Right. Well, the quickest way for you to really get good at it would be to find a really great player and play super cheap with them and play them every day for a couple of weeks, and you would really start to see the game the way they see it.
That's my issue. There's no
Yeah,
really
in
good
Canada,
players in my area.
Right. They don't play it as
John
much.
Moore is around.
Oh, he's a heck of a player. Yeah.
Nothing on the break here for Marco. Pardon me, Joey. So Marco with the opening chance here in set number 3.
You know, I mean, this shot, obviously, if you're going to miss it, try to overcut it. But the thing about nicking these thin cuts to a pocket is when you miss them, they just lay right over the hole. You can't really get safe. He's going to go for it kind of full speed, though. Yeah. Nice shot. Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
So the other dynamic here, too, is that Joey's been kind of leading the whole time, and what happens when he starts trailing.
Yes,
down, you know?
yes.
I think Marco might have been up 1-0 in the first set, but Joey went up 3-1 after that.
Well, I'll tell you what, this 3 to the 4 is no picnic. When the ball's hanging in the pocket that deep, it looks like you can't screw it up, but this is when most of the position mistakes happen.
Yeah, you can catch the point here, and now you start drawing it, and now you're going too wide towards the 4. Tough.
Yeah, he'll do real well to get a shot at the 4 here.
Yeah, even the 10.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, it's just funky.
Bank's on.
Yeah, you can play the bank or come off the right edge of the purple and go down behind the 6, I suppose. Oh, he's going.
Cue ball running into the 10, but that could be okay.
Yeah, that could be good, right? Drano, nice shot. Oh, no, he got hooked. It hit the 10 and climbed up behind the 7. Wow. Do you jump bank this, you think?
I think so.
I think so.
Much value in any kind
Yeah.
of kick save.
Yeah, these little air rush jump cues crack me up how good they jump. I mean, they're just...
Yeah, worth every penny.
Yeah, yeah.
He's going all in on the bank, but the positive thing is that he'll create some natural distance.
That's
if he
right.
doesn't make it.
Yeah, the 5 should kind of get away from you. Just try not to draw the cue ball right down in the corner. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, he left Joey tough though.
Tate will be shooting something.
Yeah, he'll cut at this. Go around the table.
Kind of cue ball was kind of hopping when it got to the 5.
That would be the one jump I make all week. I'm not playing in that pocket. Yeah. Side pocket scratch. Oh, he rolled it soft. Ah, that took guts to shoot like that. Wow.
Just got to put on a decently small angle on the 8 here. Pocketing on the 7 is not straightforward.
Well, I'm interested to just see how he holds up mentally after that 9-ball miss. If it kind of throws his confidence or his aim, and he just, I don't know if he'll shake it off, but wow, nice shot there.
Stay down. Proper timing.
Oh, he got to where it's going to be hard to hold for the 9 or get on the 9. Whatever you do, you know what I might do here. I know you're going to think this is so stupid. You could play the 8-3 rails down to where he's standing and stick the cue ball right there.
Yeah.
But with the way people jump, though,
but you got a chance to stick it where he can't even jump.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's supposed to try to cut this in and go back and forth, but this is so much harder than it looks.
Wow.
Yeah, that's, oh, Now what, Big Red? Now what?
I like the safe here. It's
Right.
just not high enough percentage
Just-
on the pocketing.
Just nick the 9. Oh, he's going for the cut. Wow.
Let's let him shoot this shot, but I want to know
Yeah.
your thoughts on this in a sec. We'll save it till after the rack.
Yeah.
That was just a slight miss.
Oh, I thought he was cutting at that. Okay, I could see the bank because the bank figures to get safe a lot of times.
We'll let him shoot here. I think we know what he's in okay position. But the thing for me on banking that ball short is that, isn't it a negative thought that, like, are you really trying to make it, or are you really trying to make it
right.
short?
I remember
You know
like
what I mean?
Grady Matthews. Oh, I played to overcut this ball. I'm thinking I played to make balls.
Yeah.
But you do know that if you miss it long, it's going to chase and sell out.
Right.
But
like, pick one or the other, you know?
oh, what a shot.
I don't know. That shot's
Yeah,
always been
I
weird to
agree
me.
with you.
I understand the value in certain spots, but
mhm.
like there,
Mhm.
okay, so he still hits the long rail, but then it leaves it
Right.
anyways. I don't know. He's like
Yeah.
in between shots.
Yeah, sometimes you got to really commit and go and just rip it. Yeah, nice shot.
authority.
Yeah. Yeah, the reason the pros, I didn't quite understand when I first started playing pool why they shoot it like that. But what they're trying to do is get the cue ball to get to the object ball before the spin takes in the curve. So they're trying to like get the cue ball there before any, we call it swerve, spin curve. And that's one more variable you can eliminate. So that's why they'll pound that in real hard so they don't have to factor in how much is that bowling ball going to curve going down to the pins.
Right. Got to believe
Yeah.
it's a stroke, though. And you got to have a
Yeah.
straight stroke.
Oh, you got to be a great
Don't
cueist.
try
to
this
that.
at home
Yeah,
unless,
that's right.
unless you have
Yeah.
an arrow straight
Yeah,
stroke.
you have to sign a waiver first.
Catchy likes doing that.
Yeah.
Really firing in the last ball. So Marco with his first lead in a long time. Stuck a set, stuck really in a dogfight in the second set there, but finally edging ahead here.
Well, you know, my mindset too when I used to play events is, you know, you start thinking like, okay, I'm going to have to beat like Eric Horlofson and Dennis Arcolo and all these guys. I barely got past the 9th grader. And it seems like a daunting task to win a tournament when your first round was this scary. If Marco escapes this, it's like, phew, I'm not even in the money yet, and I just aged internally like 30 years playing this kid.
Well, the worst is if you have to play a round right after.
Right.
And you see that a lot. Like a player's just mentally
Oh,
drained off of
yep.
like a tough grinding match.
Sure.
And then they come up and they just fall flat in the next one.
Yep.
Going back to the side rail here. Little gaffy on the rack, not quite the spread he would have
No.
wanted. Did he make the one at the top? No, I don't think so.
Now Joey's going to have to push out here, I believe.
Yeah, too aggressive. Well, jumps a possibility, but it's definitely on the aggressive side. It's going to push to an easier jump.
Oh, wow. Well, this is kind of dangerous because, I mean, Marco jumps great too. Uh-oh. Oh, he's playing to the kick. Okay, well, now I'm okay with this. I think I might let him kick at this because you might end up trapping yourself on the 2 kicking it in. Shoot it with a little pace. Cue ball might even climb up over by the 2. You get the 2 rails off the 1. You might even get shape. Yeah, I suppose Marco's supposed to go for this kick. I'm not in love with it, though.
Well, game's going to hinge on these first 2 balls here because the rest of the rack's pretty open.
Well, I think the problem is Marco's going to make, or Joey, excuse me, he's going to make this kick a lot, and then he's going to be painted into a bad spot. Yeah, well, he did the right thing there by shooting it with pace so he didn't hook himself. Look at this.
I think he was trying to go 2 rails at it. Came off a little sharp.
Tell you what, I'm calling the 10 here. The 1 might glance off the 6, maybe. What you really wanting is the cue ball to move downstream off this 1 and get behind the 5 or something, but You know, you look like a genius when you do all that right, but really you're just trying to hit this ball. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not good enough to kick. I kick at edges and all that. I'm just trying to hit this thing. I mean, maybe Efren could kick at edges, but not me. I'd be afraid of whiffing it. Yeah, that's all you can do a lot of times.
The carom's a little too thin here. Like he can't hit it thin enough to get another angle. He's up at it pretty quick. I don't think he'd be shooting it this quick if he was actually trying the carom.
Oh, he is playing the carom. It looks like it's playable. Oh, no, he played a nice little safe there.
Yeah,
good shot.
hit thin enough.
No, it was okay. I'm getting blind in my old age. I thought it was playable. Smart shot. Wired up to 2-3 also, so if Marco misses this kick, Joey's off and running.
Yeah, it's playing into the right part of the pocket. Let's take another look. It's not playing into the center of the pocket. It is okay though. You're right. Yeah, 2-3 combo will play.
Good
fine.
shot. And Predator, if you're listening out there, please never change these pool balls. I swear they're the best pool balls I've ever played with. The colors are right. The cue ball's right. Everything's right. I've been using different sets for 30 years. This is the best set of pool balls I've ever played with.
I like them too. We have them at the corner bank
right.
or our home pool room.
Well, Oscar Dominguez introduced them to me a few years ago. We played a pretty good size one pocket. You know how it is with players. You want to use stuff you're used to. I saw them that black triangle cue ball. He goes, "Trust me, John. These play great," and they did.
Bit of back and forth here.
Do you like coming around down behind the 9 here, Eric?
Definitely, yeah.
I'll tell you what, banking the 1 into the 2-3 would not be crazy because you couldn't miss the 3 if you hit them at all. I think he's stuck in though.
Too thin.
I'll tell you, these players have really warped my mind with these extensions on the back of the cue because every time I miss a ball, I'm like, I need my extension. And then I miss a ball with the extension. Fedor doesn't use an extension. I start going back and forth. But there's something about that little 3-inch extension on the back. Something tells me that it would make a cue be less apt to move offline through the hit. You know, just the physics
If
of
your
that.
stroke is already
Yeah. Well, then I'm screwed. Okay.
Yeah.
Good shot.
But when I see 600 level players
Yeah.
using it,
Yes,
I don't know if I'd suggest.
Yeah,
it.
maybe just keep working on your game. Yeah.
Rack's getting real congested
Oh
now.
yeah. Now the 3 stayed kind of deadish, so that's. Just got to kick side rail and rail and hit this ball. This is tricky. Nice shot.
Gonna leave it unless the 7 gets in his way, and it did.
Mm-hmm. He's happy to see that, Marco, because with that 3 being dead, that could have been the end of the rack there.
Yeah. He's called the corner. Pretty thin.
Oof.
But he's hitting with high, so it's not like he's trying to stick the cue ball.
Wow, he went for the make there.
Even if he tried to stick the cue ball, the 1 was probably running into the 6, so he's kind of forced into playing that shot.
It's easy for me to second guess, but when you shoot a shot like that, you know that you're kind of leaving that 1 near the hole, which can a lot of times, backfire. I might have been a fan of something with a little more, a 2 rail behind the 1 kick and get the 1 out of town and hopefully make Marco have to come with a tougher shot to get started.
I saw that, yeah.
But if he makes the little light kick, then, so you just got to go with what you're feeling, and I don't fault him there at all.
So Marco with a fairly open table now, gonna look to control the 2 here.
Oh, he was worried about the 2 getting away from him, and
you know what happened there, John, too? You know when 2 balls are together like that, it actually takes more energy to draw the cue ball.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
because
it becomes heavier.
yeah, that makes sense.
The object ball.
Yeah, I
becomes
think
heavier.
it tricked him a little bit.
Yeah. It's an underrated thing. It doesn't come up that much.
No,
and
no,
particularly because he was just trying to soft draw it too.
That's
Like
right.
if you were hitting it with more speed, it probably wouldn't matter. But he was trying to like keep the 2 in that area. But yeah,
Yeah,
break.
Marco will be disappointed with that, but he has a very high pool IQ, and he understands what the balls are going to do as good as anybody. And I think that kind of surprised him. Or he let up on the draw
It's
just
possible
a little.
he
Sure,
knew
yeah,
it,
he's
but
human.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're just mentioning it because
Yeah.
the ball, the object ball, does become heavier when there's 2 of them kind of glued together.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, in my mind, it would make me think the cue ball would bounce back off him more, but
Really?
it didn't. It just actually went and just stopped.
Try it. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
you got to draw more.
You got to hit it more,
Yeah.
huh? That's interesting. Yeah, because it did act pretty dead, didn't it? Tough kick. Oh, it opened up a little bit. Okay. Big shot there. You know, that's where, I mean, I know we all talk about this, but like Efren Reyes, when you play Efren, let's say you played him 30 times in your career over 10 years. I mean, you're going to get ball in hand from him like 7 times, and I'm going to give him ball in hand like 70 times. That's a big edge. It's like I just spotted him 60 games over 10 years, you know, because he kicked so good. He kicked almost like pro 3 cushion level.
At a time when high-level kicking wasn't really a thing. I
well,
mean, he was the guy that brought it in.
Yeah,
right?
but I mean, I still don't see anybody in American pool that would want to play Efren 3 cushion billiards like the pro 9-ball players, right? So what we would call a good kicker, I still don't think kicked as good as he did, if that makes sense, you know? Because he just hardly ever gave you ball in hand when you played him rotation pool. He just hit them. Making sure he doesn't foul, touching the 6-ball. Good shot. Man, I like the way these Predator tables play. They're not too bouncy. You can't play good pool when a table's too bouncy and too fast. The rail speed on these things is just right.
Yeah, when they first came out, they were a little on the fast side,
yeah.
but their engineers made the proper tweaking. To
Predator always does. They
Yeah.
figure it out. They go to the pros. They go to the engineers, and they come out with the best products. And there's a reason why all the best players in the world predominantly play with Predator products. It's not an accident. And look, I mean, to be frank, that's a good shot there. I'm biased. Okay, I love Predator. They sponsor me and all that. But if a cue came out that played better and that I could win more with,
Of course, it's
I would say,
more,
hey,
yeah.
Predator, I love you guys, but I have to do this. There's a reason all the players are using Predator cues, because they play so good. If you'd have told me 20 years ago I'd be wearing a glove and a carbon fiber shaft and this chalk, you know, it's like, it's amazing. Yeah, nice out there.
Asserting himself now.
Mhm.
2-game lead in the 3rd set here. And a little positive in the back of his mind that if he does get to 3 in the 3rd set, he's guaranteeing himself a shootout. So he's kind of on the hill of forcing a shootout.
That's right.
So this next game for Tate, for Joey, is real big.
You
Every
know,
game from here is big.
Joey might go on to lose this match, but I think he could take, if he does, he can take a lot away from this, that he could get up and play this well in front of the whole pool world. The whole pool world is watching this, and he's really got to be proud of himself to play as good as he's played, win or lose, whatever happens. I'm proud of him. I would be thrilled to play like this when I was first starting my pool career. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. You know,
I'd be thrilled to play like this now, now that I'm on the senior tour.
yeah, and he's earned everything he's got.
Yeah,
So.
that's right.
As we mentioned before, he'll be playing in the junior event this week. It's going to be hotly contested. And
Oh, he's got to be one of the favorites to win that.
yeah,
Sure.
back to the side rail now. Good to see that he's open to adapting. He's not stubborn about just getting stuck on the same break. Across the rack a little bit. Get full dispersion. Going to be a pretty aggressive try for Tate on the offense here, but he can play the one ball down near the short rail, kind of using the 210 as blockers. Oh, he's going to cut it in.
Wow, he's going for this cut. Down 2-0 and shooting at this. This is gutsy right here. Super tough, and you figure to leave the one right down by the hole if you miss it.
It's a bit of a two-way. The 210 can still block that pocket if it does miss.
Oh, he hit it good. Nice shot, Joey. Boy, if he comes back and wins this match, he'll remember that shot. That was fantastic.
You had to hit it with some left spin. Very tough.
Right.
His choice here. He's on 100% safe, but definitely value in trying to stay at the table. I mean,
Yeah.
the issue is he's going to hit the 9, but he can hit it with some right spin and play around 3 rails.
Yeah, I think that's all you can do here. If you catch the 9, it almost helps you a little bit. Oh, he can miss the 9 easily.
Okay.
The 8's kind of a big ball. Okay, got around the 8, no problem. Good shot.
Well, he's back in line to get closer in this third set, pardon me. No straight here.
Right.
Play certain parts of the pocket to kind of get out of it. Might be forced to draw, which makes the cue ball, pinpoint cue ball control a little tougher, but should be okay.
Yeah, good shot. Really stunned it in, cheated the pocket as much as possible. That was harder than it looked. That's easy to actually miss that ball. You try to overdo that angle and actually miss the ball. You can't believe it.
Drawing in the 8 here?
I would try to go around the 10 if I can, but I can't tell from this angle, of course. It looks like he's drawn straight over. Oh, what a shot.
Room to miss
Boy,
it.
that was a nice shot.
A bit of a tester now. He's missed a couple of these in between shots, so he'll have to group.
Well, I mean, then you have to spin this like with like a middle left. I think this is real missable. It isn't like you're whapping it in with high speed, you know, you're like floating it, swerving it. Super missable. Yes, it's just a lot harder looking than it is.
7 a little too much.
Yep. And he'll be disappointed with that, but again, pool's a hard game. Otherwise, we would just rack them up and you wouldn't even have to shoot it. If he hits that ball, what? 3 millimeters thicker, he makes it.
That's what people don't realize.
Well, tell me another game where you take a stick into a ball, into another ball, and into a target.
Well,
right?
in any sport that involves more than one ball,
right? You got problems.
There's no sport in the world that involves more than one ball. So and even just the skill to perceive 2 spheres, how they relate to each other, just as far as pocketing.
That's right.
It's a beautiful game.
These pro players play so amazing that to see a human being play anything at the zenith of human ability always kind of just blows me away. And to play pool like, say, Joey or Marco Twitcher is, it's damn near impossible. I mean, it's just really, you're seeing something that's almost inconceivable to play pool at this level. I got him with the commentator jinx there.
Well, you know what else got him
Wait,
there? The
that
shot
little-
clock.
Yeah, the shot clock went
It
off
was
right in his
kinda
backswing.
Almost like in his backstroke.
And he was trying to pinch that in with like, boy, I tell you what,
That's
Joey Tate has life
massive
here.
turning
Oh,
point.
huge.
Big breath of life here for
Yep,
Tate.
yep.
Never mind being stuck 3-0. He would have guaranteed himself a shootout if that ball was down.
Right. So to the folks at home, you know, don't get down on yourself. These are the best players in the world, and you see them miss some balls, and it's okay. You're gonna miss some. Try to learn from it, and you know, a lot of amateurs think that these pros just never miss a ball. Now look at here. This is shorter than Danny DeVito right here. This shot here, I hate this shot. I play to overcut this ball with a rolling 12 o'clock cue ball and aim the 10 like into the right facing, because the 10's going to kind of come with the cue ball a little bit. Oh, this is a tough shot. What a shot. Man, that's a hard shot.
So match still on here. Joey will be breaking in rack number 4.
You see, not like that shot there. If Marco was trying to just pound that in and not play shape, he might make it a little more often, but he was trying to pinch and hold for the 9, so your make percentage goes way down because you're not throwing your arm with any momentum.
Exactly. The stroke delivery is a little different than a standard shot.
Yeah, that's right.
Just kind of hold the angle a little bit.
And you're spinning the cue ball. I mean, just, again, pool is one of those games that's just harder than it looks, and there's no way around it. And that's the beauty when you start playing great, though, and you're running out from everywhere. It's a magical thing.
Sure.
You know. In my playing days, it never felt easy. Even when I was, you know, winning a lot of matches, I felt like I missed every ball. And mentally, I always thought like, man, it's not. I don't feel like I'm at home practicing. The balls would go in on tour, but I was scared to death the whole time. It was a strange thing. I felt like I missed every shot, and I'd look up and I went, wow, that went in. Yeah, I guess so.
Aggressive jump on the,
jump,
on the
yeah,
1 for
jump to get
Marco, but he's
started.
going straight to the jump cue.
One ball, side pocket.
Position's reasonable. If he plays it into the left part of the pocket, he could hold for the 2 in the side.
Right, he has to hit the 1 through the left side like that. Nice shot.
Yeah, and the cue ball moving to the left there, that's no accident. I mean, he was trying to play
Right.
that part of the pocket.
Now, there's 2 ways to go here, Eric. What do you think of playing the 2, running into the 9 with right English, and coming off the 9 of the rail, or just Billy Thorping that thing cross-side, banking it in and drawing?
Well, I'm Canadian, man. I don't.
Yeah, we don't.
We're playing that ball straight in all day.
That's
but
right.
No, he's going after the bank here, and it's probably the right shot.
Yeah. Yeah, nice shot there. Now he has the angle to draw towards the 9-4 area and kind of see what happens, but this can go bad. You can get hooked easy.
Yeah, 8's kind of in the way of the 2 rail position as well. He can kind of finesse slow draw.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, it'd be good just to make the ball. You got to make the ball too.
Okay, coming across table.
Nice shot. Oh, what a
past the
shot.
side.
What a shot.
That was gutsy.
Yeah.
He had to target the cue ball perfectly to not run into
Right.
the 9. It's pretty good here.
That was exactly what he was trying to do.
Good shot.
Very nice.
It's good now.
Yep, he's in good shape.
Second chance to be guaranteed a shootout here for Marco.
That cloth is tracking just right. It's got just the right amount of grip and slip. Yeah, these tables are playing great. The dry Vegas air helps too. Tables are dry. They just play so nice when they're dry. Shot.
Got one of the best table mechanics in the world, Ernesto Dominguez.
Oh,
in
he
the
set up
setup
the,
here.
oh,
Yeah.
well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's about a 9 million Fargo at setting up tables. Great guy too. I've known him 30 years. Of course, one of the best players in the world too when he was playing all the time. But he would do hard physical labor for 3 days setting up a tournament and then win the tournament.
Sure.
And then pack it all up with Oscar in the car. See ya. See you guys at the next
Nice.
stop, a bunch of losers. I mean, next time you're feeling energetic, move like 10 or 12 gold crowns out of a truck and set them all up. It's brutal. I've done one and I thought I was going to die.
I've actually never done
Oh,
one.
it's brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, the slates weigh 300 pounds per slate, and there's 3 of them. You're going to go up a set of stairs, blah, blah, blah. It's rough. What a nice out this is going to be here. Well, like we said, this Marco's one of the best players in the world, and we meant it.
Yeah, a little bit of weakness from Tate. Started taking advantage.
I think Tate, though, for his age and experience level, has blown me away with how good he's played.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
And the fundamental display,
Yeah.
too. Like,
Yeah.
it's one thing to, kind of just get a couple rolls and win a race to
Sure,
4, but
sure.
the quality of the shots, and you can just see
Oh,
it.
you could see.
There's
He's
a lot of upside.
He's an alien, for sure. He can really do it. Luckily, I'm old and retired, and I won't have to get tortured by him for the next 15 years, because he'll be around a long time winning matches if he plays like this. And he'll get smarter and better and better and smarter, and he'll just be, well, he'll be Marco Teucher, because he's not far off that level now.
Actually has a fair more amount of balls pocketed than Marco.
Isn't that
is.
something? Yeah.
Yeah, 97 balls pocketed to 61 for Marco.
Yeah. Well, that's a telling stat. I mean, that's what the game's about, pocketing balls. And by that alone, it's kind of amazing that he's won less games and pocketed way more balls. That's hard to figure.
Just a couple late misses. Missed the
Yeah,
7
just a
once,
couple
missed the
misses. That
8
miscue was huge, and he got hooked on that rolling up and got hooked on the 9.
I remember.
I
Oh,
mean,
that
that was
was a
huge.
huge
That
shot.
was huge. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
could
was
have
a
won this match.
Yeah, he was a favorite. He would have been up 3-2 in the second set if he didn't get behind the 9 there.
Right. I think Marco lives in New Zealand, which
does.
it's pretty cool. That's a place I've never been, and it's
Haven't either.
I've seen fishing videos, and it just looks like the most gorgeous place.
Yeah, originally from the Netherlands, but I think he's been in New Zealand for around
Oh,
5
okay.
years. Actually has the Netherlands flag still up there, but
Okay.
Tester here.
Oh
Just going
yeah.
after
I
it.
mean, this is a freaking 1-iron. He's elevated a little bit. God, what a shot, man. That's disgusting. Okay, now I'm kind of starting to hate him. Just not allowed to shoot that straight.
Does he have a little too much angle to draw out of it?
I think so, but I think he has to like run into the 9 or go underneath them. I mean, yeah, this isn't straightforward.
Underneath, the 8's blocking the pocket.
Yeah, this is tough. Oh, what a shot. I mean, sometimes that's all you can do. Now he really has to make a nice shot. This wins the set right here, this shot. This is like shooting the 10 ball at the pro level.
Right.
You know,
Worried.
well,
I mean, it does go.
the thing is, if you can level out your cue and use a 12 o'clock cue ball, you might make this 85 out of 100. But when you have to elevate with right-hand English, now it's much more difficult.
Yeah. I think it's okay where the cue ball's going to run before the side and kind of come to the left of the 8.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's,
but if you shoot it like baby soft, then the 4 just hangs by the hole. I like to put some pace on it and get it away from the pocket, right? I'm always thinking about how can I dog it here. Still.
Two-way dog.
Yeah. I like to sign a prenuptial agreement before I shoot my shots. You know? Oh, what a shot. Yeah, he just made, I mean, that was a good shot. Yeah. Kind of interesting how he played that. For him to just let the cue ball go to the end rail, I think it tricked him. I think he thought it might go to the end rail and out more.
That or hit
or,
the 8
or
maybe?
something, yeah, because a top pro isn't going to put the cue ball there, so that got away from him. Now this is a kind of a free shot because if you make it, you got a shot, and if you miss it, the 6 will jiggle away and all that. So
9-10.
yeah, yeah, right. So I would shoot at this even though it's low percentage. Yeah, you figure to leave him some long, brutal shot. Oh, I think he dead hooked him too. I don't blame him shooting there though. That's the right play. About half the time those go in and you're off and running. Let's see where this 6 ended up.
Those shots on the side are really underrated since the pockets started getting smaller.
Oh, they're brutal. Yeah. It's the most common shot you see pros miss is something on the side. Oh, he does have a shot. Oh, what a great shot, Joey.
Threw his cue at
I mean,
that.
but
He's
I mean,
feeling it.
under the pressure, he just flicks that in like it's nothing. Wow. To be young and not scared.
That was one of the first times I saw him go off fundamentals.
Yeah,
Like,
he just kind of chucked it, like,
yeah.
get in there. Yeah. Oh, I would have looked like I had Tourette shooting that ball. I'd have been scared to death. Now that one, I feel like he just, if you're going to go rail first, you got to take a second and look at it. Oh, it's going to take the subway. Nope, it hung up. Oh, that's a big difference. That's a roll right there.
Sure.
I mean, I never like to crucify players missing, and I know rail first are tricky, but at Joey's level, he's supposed to make that rail first most of the time. I think he I think he took it a little light.
And I think you're right. It's just about taking that extra second sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, even when you're trying certain kick saves or just shots that are kind of outside the box. It's
Right.
like, just
Oh,
give yourself an extra 5 seconds.
this. Well, I'll tell you what, man, I don't know what I would do here. I think you got to try to jump this ball.
Yeah, nothing really positive happening off the right side of the 7, but he's going to try to cut it in.
He's going to cut this. Well, when I shoot this shot, people say it looks like I'm dumping my backer, but I'm my backer. You know what I mean? You got to beat the kiss. Oh, yeah, look at this.
Still got
wow. Yep.
That was about the only way to get safe there.
Well, Marco's thrilled he didn't pocket the ball, though, so. Yeah, Marco's the big favorite from here.
Possible 2-rail kick safe, but very tough.
Right.
Does he have the right edge? If he does,
yeah, he's got a chance if he can clip off the right side and put the cue ball back down where he's standing. Avoid the scratch. Nice shot. Don't scratch.
Yeah,
Okay,
short.
good shot. And if a guy beats you from here, you just say, hey, good shooting, you're the best, Big Red. But that one had Marco's full attention.
Yeah, I don't think he left the right edge.
No.
Oh, he did.
Oh, he can, okay, it's a big difference.
Long rail over.
Oh, he hit the 8.
There you go. So Joey gonna be.
He's alive.
Yeah, it's gonna be 3-2 here, and one game from forcing a shootout. What a conclusion to this match would be if they went to a shootout.
Now he's got to settle in and get out. This 8 ball could be missed up this rail. You better get good on it and focus.
He's in a tough spot there.
Mm-hmm.
Probably had
He got nice on the 8. Okay. I get a few messages a month, Eric. I'm sure you do too, about like, well, what do you think of the Revos? I'm like, they're great. Get one. They don't warp, scratch, ding, dent, swell, delaminate. They have more power, less deflection. I mean,
it's a
short of a
no-brainer.
laser gun, like unless Predator comes out with like a laser gun that makes the balls for me, it's the best thing I've ever seen.
To me, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. I would have had a hard time believing that 20 years ago, that carbon fiber could play better than wood, but it does.
Generate more power.
It's
You don't
got-
have to accelerate at the ball as fast, which is a massive.
Yeah, exactly right.
And the consistency too, right? You know,
Well, think about tennis rackets, golf clubs, fishing poles. I mean, it's proven it's better. But
Yeah.
with pool, we were all stubborn because I really thought like, no, this maple shaft, I got the feel, blah blah blah. I was wrong.
No, because there's even underrated things like it's humid out today,
Yeah.
so like sure your shaft is still straight, but
Yeah.
it has moisture in it,
Right.
So it's not hitting the same. As,
Right. Yeah.
So,
Well, and somebody can break your shaft over your knee, and I can say, hey, Eric, can I borrow your Revo shaft and just play exactly the same?
right. Okay, big spot here for Tate, looking to win game number 6 and set number 3. If he does, we'll be going to a shootout.
It's been a very interesting match. I mean,
Yeah.
just momentum changes, great shots, unexpected things have happened. From a spectator's point of view, I've enjoyed it. I think it's been, and I'm just, again, impressed. I mean, you got to remember, guys, Joey is like 17, 18 years old. Try to picture yourself when you're 18 up there on the world stage doing anything and doing it well. That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Oh, gaffed him.
I mean, when I was 18, like I was mad that my BMX tire had a flat and the dollar movies were like $1.50. You know, like they raised the price on me. My whole life was destroyed. Yeah, that wasn't.
It was a gaff rack,
Yeah.
but the four railer came around and kind of opened
Yeah.
it up a little more. A little bit of justice there.
No, I don't like going for this cut because if you miss it, see, when you miss this cut at this speed, it just lays right in front of the hole. But he just shot it in like it's a
Yeah.
hanger.
For me, it's like, where was the safe, right? So
What
yeah,
a
great
freaking shot. Yeah, that was incredible for the circumstances.
The slow roll balls like that.
Oh,
Got through it good.
come on, come on. I'm not pulling against Marco, but
Right.
I'm just digging to see good pull, and I know the magnitude of like flicking that ball in from 9 feet away under the score line. It's just an amazing thing.
Ooh, not afraid to let it stroke out there. Good shot.
Yeah, fantastic.
I don't mind cinching this. I don't mind shooting the 5 in the long pocket here.
Yeah, I think that's the right play, with the 6 being where it's at. I think that's the 7 maybe.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, okay, so he can, okay, he's okay then.
You're right. Sorry, I thought that
Yeah,
was the
yeah,
five
it's hard to
along the
tell
way.
from the camera, obviously. Not the easiest run out, though. You have to land on the 7 just right to fall on the 8. He is not out of the woods at all. Good shot. Well, now he might have to come all the way down and across, almost down to where the scoreboard is there on your screen. So the scratch is a little bit in play. And the miss is a little more in play because you're not shooting this like a soft rolling ball. You're kind of stunning down and over. Yeah, that was, oh no, he was
Look
able
out.
to, okay.
No,
I
it's
like the
okay.
way he played that. That
Thought
was
he
better.
was going behind the 10 there
Yeah,
for a second.
that was beautiful.
So here we are, shootout coming up.
Wow.
Barring any unforeseen mistakes here. Both have great fundamentals. I mean,
Yeah.
don't be surprised if it goes past 4 shots. Joey finish off these last 2 balls here, and we'll remind you of the shootout stipulations.
Wow, amazing. Joey's pulled it to 3-3. So impressed. He's given Marco all he could stand.
There we go.
Wow, young
Shootout
man,
coming.
good shooting.
1 set apiece, 3 games apiece, and the referee's just briefing the players on the shootout proceedings. Maybe ask them if they want to take a break in between. I wouldn't mind just going at it. I don't.
Right.
You know, you're warm.
Yeah,
right?
you're
And
warm, ready to
you're
go.
forcing
Yeah,
no
I'm not sure I
problems.
want to walk across the whole room 800 yards and then come back and shoot a spot shot.
Yeah, just kind of stay there. So for those of you that are new to the Pro Billiard Series, it's a series of 4 shots, 1 from each side of the table. If the players are tied after 4 shots, the cue ball will be moved back. You have ball in hand anywhere behind the head string. Players have shot this differently over the course of the series. It's really about preference. There's no right or wrong way.
Yeah, I kind of am a fan of the make it.
Yeah.
Make the ball.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes.
Longest duration of a shootout in Pro Series history was about 14 shots. With
I remember that, yeah, with
Oy and
yep, Oy and the youngster from
Atencio.
the Tensio, yeah.
I like shooting it this way personally, just
With like a
straight
high ball. Yeah, I mean,
bridge
let's-
on the bed.
yeah, you don't need swerve in there. Oh,
Ooh.
Whew. Good
Banked
shot.
It in,
Good
4 rails,
shot.
but got it down.
Good shot. Yeah, I don't care if it goes in, you did good.
I agree.
You know what I mean? People say, oh, it bobbled. Well, yeah, pool's a hard game. Good shot, kiddo.
I agree.
And the pressure's on Marco now.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Players going from a similar position. Marco going a little wider.
It looks like he's maybe hitting it the same way with just a high ball. Yeah, I think he's just highballing it. Good shot.
With authority.
Oh, yeah.
So they'll switch sides now. Both players will be shooting from the right side of the table now.
Jamie Barracks made like 440 spot shots one time in a row practicing, but it's different. A little bit bigger pockets, and he's a great player, obviously. But when you stand in one spot, somebody feeds you the ball.
Right.
But when you shoot it and then go sit down and then get back up and switch side, it's way harder than you think.
Yeah, you're not in rhythm.
Yeah. You're not rhythm. It's like shooting free throws and they're feeding you the ball. It's different than running up and down the court and shooting it. Ah,
Missed by a fair bit there.
yeah.
And it's going to be advantage Marco. I mean, this is the flip side of someone missing first. Now you kind of feel like you're on a small free
Right.
roll.
Yep,
Obviously,
yep,
there's still
yep.
pressure. You want to stay ahead of them, but
Mm-hmm.
when you're out shooting first in the set of 2, you really got to.
Oh, yeah. Well, Joey's got so much to be proud of no matter what happens here. I keep saying it, but I understand the magnitude of playing in this kind of event and the cameras and the money and the pressure and all your friends watching. And I think Joey's got a lot to be proud of here
Yeah,
if he goes on to lose this match.
Risen to the challenge.
Oh,
no doubt.
played fantastic. It looks like he might be looping this one with some English. I can't tell. No, that's how I like shooting it, just like that. Just why throw any swerve in there?
I agree.
I mean, right?
Fedor Gorst, who won about 4 Pro Billiard Series and did very well in most tournaments.
Yeah.
he
Oh,
played
yeah.
in.
Of course.
That's how he shot it.
That's how he shot it. Yeah. Well, they say the Russian Kenny guy that nobody can beat him at the spot shot. He puts it way back in the corner, does it one-handed. He knows something that he hasn't sent me a memo on, but I practiced the spot shot at home. I'm not going to say how many I made it, but again, it was bigger pockets, and it was like a guy was spotting them for me, so I just stood in one place. Then when I went and did it like this, I was like, man, that is way harder.
It's
Go to sit down and then come back up. And then the pressure, of course, too. But Good shot, Joey.
And the other factor here too is that the ball's actually a ball behind
Right, that's
a real
right.
spot shot.
That's right. Yeah, so it's a much thinner hit. It's kind of hidden around a corner a little bit.
So Marco was still with the advantage here. Gonna maintain his one-shot lead. Good shot.
Boy, straight shooting Jesse, man. I'll tell you what.
Tate will have to make this ball to stay alive.
Yep.
If he doesn't,
Big shot.
go down 3-2 in the shootout.
Kind of equivalent to like a golfer losing in a sudden death playoff. I mean, a lot to be proud of, a lot to build on here. And this is going to tune him up for the junior event. I look for him to do well on that. I want to go down and introduce myself to this Joey. I've never met him or talked to him, and I like how he's handled himself. And I'd like to see him punch his 10 in here. Hold still. I feel like he did what I do a little bit. He moved a little bit mid-stroke. We want to keep an eye on that.
Great match, though.
That was a lot of fun working with you,
Yeah, you as
Eric.
well, John.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
And thank you to all the listeners at home for putting up with me. It was a real joy to be here.
Okay, so we're going to take a little break for everybody. There'll be no stream matches at the 3 o'clock local time, but we'll be back at 5:30. 2 more rounds today, and lots of action coming up with you all week. Marco just gave him a little, kind of nod of no advice or kind of kudos.
Oh, I guarantee Marco was like, man, well, look, Marco's thrilled to get by him. It's a testament to how well Joey played. But I do feel if I was going to be hypercritical, and I'm guilty of it too, it does look like when he gets under immense pressure, we've all been there, he is moving a tad before he's hit the ball, and pool is already hard enough without throwing in it. So that's something that he might keep an eye on, and it'll make him even better.
Yeah, and regardless of whether whether he's moving before or after,
Yeah.
you want to stay down with the shot. I mean, make a point that, there's no stand.
Yeah, if anybody wants to shoot rifles against me and I get to bump their rifle right when they pull the trigger, I'm going to beat them. And I'm just an average rifle shooter.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the moving is something he's going to want to. But again, under pressure, I'm guilty of it too. The more pressure, the more I want to jump out of my own skin, So.
Okay, guys, we'll be back soon with another round at 5:30 Pacific. For Schmidt, this is Eric Horowitz. Talk to you soon.